Chapter 301. What's happening? The moment the formation unraveled, Master Yinshui froze in shock. And not just him. Luo Xianxia and his retinue, standing only a short distance behind, were equally stunned. None of them could have anticipated this. Then, in the blink of an eye, astonishment shifted to horror. The intricate array of lights and runes collapsed into countless glowing spirit talismans, all of which shot straight into Gu Daoxuan's outstretched hands. Only now did the onlookers understand. This was no relic left behind by long-dead sages, but a trap meticulously arranged by today's most formidable cultivators. A chorus of disbelief rippled through the assembled geniuses. Even masters like Ye Cheng and Yuan Qing paled. Master Yinshui and his quasi-saint ally exchanged grave frowns, their gazes locked on the spot where a column of light still hovered, wary of any further tricks. Then two tiny silhouettes stepped out of that lingering radiance. Silence fell. Children, two young figures encased in the flickering glow of so many talismans, had somehow endured that lethal formation. "Is that Miss Yunxi?" someone whispered, disbelief tinging their voice. Clad in pale robes, the girl looked no more than 15. Beside her stood a boy of similar age, Ye Cheng, the famed prodigy of the Northern Light sect. His expression was calm, his eyes steady, as though nothing could shake him. A collective gasp rose from the crowd. No one had expected these two adolescents, especially Ye Cheng, to emerge from the maw of such a deadly array. Yet there they were, battered but unbowed. As the last talisman drifted to the ground, the assembled cultivators exchanged awed, troubled glances. The trap had been sprung, and two unlikely survivors had appeared. Now, every master present faced a startling new reality, and a challenge that none had foreseen. "Is that the formation she set?" Ye Cheng and Yuan Qing, who had once journeyed with Ye Cheng's family through the Zhuli Mountains, immediately recognized Gu Yunxi. Yet their surprise quickly shifted to focus on Gu Daoxuan. A radiant light danced in their eyes as they watched him flash his fingers, drawing forbidden runes into his grasp. One by one, streams of crimson energy descended, only to be absorbed into his sea of consciousness in the blink of an eye. With but a single thought, he could reshape them into any formation he wished, right here, right now. Only then did the slower minds among them catch up. Everyone stared at Gu Daoxuan in dumbfounded disbelief. "Was that massive formation just now actually set by this boy?" A fellow prodigy breathed, his voice barely a whisper. Across the courtyard, young Master Yinshui's face drained of color, fury and humiliation warring in his glare. His eyes bore into the Yunxi siblings with murderous intent, tinged by an unmistakable green-eyed jealousy. "You were the one who set up that massive formation and deceived our Tianjiao. What punishment should you face?" Young Master Yinshui stepped forward, his Tianzun-level aura flaring out in waves. The surge of power snapped everyone back to full alert. In a heartbeat, Ye Cheng, Yuan Qing, and Luo Xianxian moved to shield Gu Daoxuan and Gu Yunxi. They squared their shoulders and leveled frost-cold stares at young Master Yinshui. "Tell me," Ye Cheng said coolly, "is there some law in the northern wilderness that forbids establishing a formation out in the open?" Yuan Qing, standing beside him, wasted no words. "Stop the theatrics. If you're jealous of Master Daoxuan's talent, just admit it. I'd respect you for your honesty. Unfortunately, you don't have the courage." Yinshui's face burned crimson at the public exposure. Fury crackled from his eyes as he snorted. "Very well. Since you all insist, I shall show no mercy." "Elder," Luo Xianxian alarmed. "Master, please proceed," Yuan Qing prompted. With the challenge issued, young Master Yinshui drew a deep breath and prepared to unleash his next move. "I'm here, and you insignificant pests won't overturn the balance." A chill radiated from the quasi-saint of the Silver Snow clan as he advanced, his frosted aura slicing through the arena's tension. He fixed his gaze on Gu Daoxuan, part contempt, part astonishment. The Silver Snow had long reigned supreme through unmatched formation arts, and though he begrudged this young man's talent, Gu Daoxuan's prowess only promised a greater harvest for his clan's secret inheritance, an art that siphoned extraordinary gifts for the clan's own use. With that thought, the quasi-saint drew a forbidden weapon in one fluid motion, his cultivation rising to full quasi-saint pressure. "Yunxi, Daoxuan, fall back immediately." The oppressive power surged outward. Ye Cheng, Yunxi, and the other prodigies stiffened, eyes widening. They had never anticipated a quasi-saint defending these descendants of gods and demons. Ye Cheng's silver teeth ground together as he summoned the covert weapon entrusted to his clan. Unfazed by the looming threat, he squared his shoulders, ready to stand his ground against the overwhelming might bearing down on them. Just as Aunt Cheng was about to activate her power, ripping open the void to banish the two intruders, Gu Yunxi gently laid a hand on her arm. "Aunt Cheng, please don't." Her voice was soft and clear, like a delicate piano melody tinged with childish wonder, yet beneath it all pulsed an unshakable seriousness. She fixed her bright eyes on the young master of the Silver Snow demon clan standing before them, her gaze alive with eager anticipation. "I heard someone call this villain the Silver Snow clan's young master, the one born with array markings in his body," she said, tilting her head inquisitively. "Is that true?" Ye Cheng and the others exchanged startled looks, then reluctantly nodded. "Yes, it's true." A sudden grin of triumph lit up Gu Yunxi's face, as though that confirmation were all the assurance she needed. She turned back to the young master, Brother Xuan, her excitement barely contained. "Perfect," she declared. "Brother Xuan, remember how I promised to help you secure a piece of the array treasure? Consider this your first dividend. I'll take on this villain myself." Xiao Yunxi's declaration barely left her lips when her figure blurred into a radiant streak, charging straight for the Silver Snow clan's young master in the distance. Even the assembled prodigies of the Heavenly Talent Pavilion, and the clan's own quasi-saint, stood frozen in shock. "Miss Yunxi, don't rush in," Ye Cheng shouted, but she was already gone. A derisive laugh drifted back. "Little girl, you're courting death." The Silver Snow young master's lips curled into a cruel smile as he swept his hand through the air. Instantly, forbidden talismans whirled out like a fury of paper blades. Though his expertise with formations didn't match that of Grand Elder Gu Daoshuan, his cultivation in the heavenly venerable perfection realm amplified his power tremendously. In a blink, he unleashed 54 Swanzun-grade arrays, weaving them into a single, supreme formation charged with shocking energy. The ripples of power alone were enough to make a Saint Venerable's face pale, and forced the Tao Venerable to take a startled step back. At the very instant young Master Yinshui completed his formation, a blade of killing light tore free and hurtled straight for Ye Cheng. "Die!" Yinshui's voice rang out like steel, his eyes alight with murderous intent. But Ye Cheng only watched it calmly, his expression unreadable. "Heavenly profane arts, activate!" He gave a soft whistle, and in that heartbeat, his body blurred into drifting mist. Before anyone could even shout a warning, a streak of thunder-laced radiance coalesced around him. That bolt of divine power slammed through the killing light and drove on toward the array's core. With a deaf crackle, the supreme death formation Yinshui had so painstakingly erected shattered into nothingness. Yinshui staggered back, face drained of color. What sort of technique is this?" he gasped, desperately trying to dodge the remnant flashes of divine light. Beside him, the Yinshui clan's quasi-saint reeled in shock, his composed mask replaced by sheer alarm. "Master, we can't. Hold the line. Use every means to defend," the Yinshui clan's arch-saint bellowed, desperation ringing in his voice. "That's one of the 3,000 great powers, ranked among the top 10. Disaster magic. This girl has actually mastered it," he gasped, a shudder of remembered horrors passing through him. But his warning came too late. Before the young master of the Yinshui clan could react, the blighting light descended. "Ah!" Screams tore from his lips as the heavenly tribulation light, an abyssal force, strong enough to slay even a Tao master, struck him dead. In an instant, he was reduced to ashes that drifted away on the wind. In that same heartbeat, the innate formation embedded in the young master's body was ripped free by the tribulation light and siphoned into Ye Cheng's sea of consciousness. It folded seamlessly into his spirit, instantly becoming his legacy. "Damn you, you foul brat! I'll kill you!" The arch-saint's roar of rage and grief thundered across the battlefield. He and the rest of the Yinshui cultivators leveled their forbidden weapons at Ye Cheng, eyes blazing with murderous intent. Young Master Yinshui lay dead. Ye Cheng, his sworn protector, stared at the lifeless form and shook his head. Even if he could revive the young lord with the forbidden weapon, what fate would await them back in the northern wilderness, back among the Yinshui clan? Survival would only mean a miserable, torturous existence. Better, then, to end this here and now. He turned to the assembled cultivators. "Kill Gu Yunxi," he ordered. "Avenge our young master, then capture Gu Daoxuan and exploit his array talent. With that power in our hands, we still might turn the tide." At his words, the gathered geniuses snapped out of their shock. Their hopes of cheering the young lord's resurrection died with his body. Before them, a quasi-saint of the Silver Snow clan raged unchecked. Nothing they did could stop him. Panic rippled through the ranks. "What do we do?" someone whispered. At that moment, the air trembled. A jagged tear split open in the void, and from it stepped a new figure. In an instant, the mad quasi-saint's charge was brought to a halt. Chapter 302, Young Master Snow Phoenix? A tense silence fell over the battlefield as a sudden tear in the air cracked open. Through it stepped a striking figure swathed in flowing white robes, his every movement exuding the cold majesty of winter itself. Behind him, a pair of pristine snow-white wings unfurled, and the very atmosphere around him seemed to crystallize. Frost laced the ground, and vapor hung in the air like drifting snowflakes. This was none other than Ye Cheng, the renowned young master of Snow Phoenix Mountain. At just over 20 years old, he had already broken through to the Saint Venerable realm, a feat whispered about in awe among all the divine demonic descendants who had ventured into Nanzhou. The Silver Snow clan quasi-saint, poised for a ferocious strike moments before, froze mid-attack. It wasn't raw power alone that held him back, but reverence for Ye Cheng's exalted status. Though the Silver Snow Demon clan boasted mighty warriors, they remained vassals to Snow Phoenix Mountain. Even their clan lord would think twice before crossing this young prodigy. "Young master, why do you intervene?" the Silver Snow clan cultivator demanded, his voice trembling with equal parts indignation and desperation. He dared not resume his assault, yet his fury still smoked in his tone. Ye Cheng's eyes, bright as glacial crystals, swept over the halted enemy. He raised a single hand, his control so absolute that a ripple of icicled light pulsed from his fingertips. The battleground held its breath, waiting for the verdict of Snow Phoenix Mountain's youngest heir. If you'd only seen the aftermath, you'd swear the Snow Phoenix young master had been under attack. Onlookers from across the human realms, every renowned genius, bristled with indignation. Yet beside them, Ye Cheng and his companions wore sober expressions, their gazes fixed warily on the Snow Phoenix young master, bewildered by his sudden intervention. Then the young master spoke, and an eerie hush fell over the field. "Why did I stop you?" His voice was calm, almost dismissive. "Because if I hadn't, you'd all be dead." He didn't bother glancing back at the Silver Snow clan's quasi-saint. Instead, his eyes locked onto Gu Yunxi and Gu Daoxuan, standing opposite him, terror etched on their faces. Word of the battle had reached every corner. The Chidian young master had personally dispatched descriptions and portraits of Ye Cheng and his descendants. The mere fact that they had awakened the Holy King Soldier left the Snow Phoenix young master deeply unsettled. Around him, the Silver Snow clan quasi-saint stiffened. Ye Cheng's group felt a sudden ringing in their ears. Were they really hearing that correctly? Even a warrior of quasi-saint rank would perish if the Snow Phoenix young master hadn't intervened. In that instant, every onlooker grasped the true weight of his warning. This was no act of mercy, but the only way to keep them alive. "What's happening?" the Silver Snow clan's quasi-saint stammered, panic creeping into his voice. "What do you mean, young master?" The young master of the Snow Phoenix clan drew himself up, his earlier surprise vanishing. He turned on the quasi-saint, his eyes ice-cold, and pointed toward Gu Yunxi and her brother. "Their family has driven off the Saint King's troops and breached the domain." Though spoken plainly, the declaration hit the quasi-saint like a bolt of lightning. He broke into a cold sweat. We must withdraw immediately." Without another word, the Snow Phoenix young master raised his palm, tore open a rift in the void, and ushered the trembling quasi-saint through it. Only when the portal began to close did he pause and glance back at the Yunxi siblings, a predator's gleam in his eyes. Once you step onto the ancient canonization path, you're truly on your own. The formation that requires multiple practitioners to activate won't follow you. With that final warning, the portal snapped shut, leaving Gu Yunxi and her brother alone in the silent void. By then, without the Saint King, these soldiers to protect them, their desperate struggles will only turn them into our bloody feast. At nearly the same moment that the Snow Phoenix young master summoned the quasi-saints of the Silver Snow clan, descendants of gods and demons across the southern mysterious divine continent found themselves recalled in rapid succession, and none dared set foot beyond their home domains. In one vast territory, before a legendary divine treasure, the sea goddess stood in regal splendor. Her ebony hair flowed like silk down her back, and the two jade horns on her forehead shone with a pure, azure glow. Behind her, high-ranking officials of Kanghai Palace and influential figures of the human realms had gathered, their excitement palpable. Moments earlier, a fierce contest of prodigies had erupted around this divine artifact. Emerging from months of secluded cultivation, the sea goddess had indeed achieved a modest breakthrough in her 10,000 waters Dao body. Even more remarkable was her newly refined 10,000 waters spirit, which earned her a place among the top 50 on the prestigious divine water list. Ye Cheng, Kanghai's deity, still trailed far behind his opponents in cultivation. Yet in a brutal clash just now, he had managed to slay one of the demonic bloodline and drive off the would-be usurpers of this divine treasure. As expected of Kanghai's deity, with him here, our Nanshuan may yet prevail on the ancient road of canonization. The gathered prodigies exploded with excitement, their spirits soaring. Even the elders of Kanghai Palace exchanged satisfied nods. Clearly, their considerable investment had not been wasted. But Ye Cheng's face remained grave. The opponent he defeated was the weakest among the gods and demons, barely into the early Tianzun stage. He'd had to deploy nearly all his secret techniques and trump cards to secure the win. If this was the easiest foe, how could they hope to contend with the true powerhouses ahead? The very thought pressed down on him like a mountain. Now is not the time for celebration, he said quietly, his voice steady but firm. Hold your excitement in check. After the goddess's solemn decree echoed through the hall, the elder masters' presence stilled, their previous tension giving way to calm resolve. Only the young prodigies wore traces of excitement that refused to fade. Then, without warning, a shaft of divine light tore across the sky. A heavenly emperor swept down in its wake. Is that Deacon Longyun? The senior officials of Kanghai Palace stiffened at the sight. Heavenly Emperor Longyun, one of their chief stewards, touched down with a look of grave urgency. His eyes even betrayed a hint of panic. Every heart in the assembly skipped a beat. Deacon Longyun, what's the matter? Someone called out. Longyun landed nimbly and, upon recognizing the assembled Saint Emperors, allowed a relieved smile to break through. All the Saint Emperors are here. Excellent. Wanling Holy Land has sent an urgent summons. Young Master Ye Cheng is outside Tiandu City right now, locked in a standoff with the heir of the golden-eyed Divine Lion clan. He's flanked by several quasi-saints as his guardians. At this announcement, a ripple of concern and exhilaration swept through the room. The fate of Ye Cheng, caught between two legendary lineages, would be decided at Tiandu's gates. And everyone present knew, nothing less than destiny itself hung in the balance. Force young Master Ye Cheng into the fray. Several Wanling Saint Emperors have already mustered their allies and unfurled the Wanling banner to protect young Master Ye Cheng. A hush fell over the assembly. Young Master Jintong's name had become infamous across the Nanshuan divine continent. He'd crushed one rising star after another, his victories splashed across every cultivation report. Bolstered by the aura of the late Heavenly Venerable and the power of his innate golden divine fire, his cultivation soared to unprecedented heights, his martial prowess enough to make even Dao Venerables glance his way in concern. In stark contrast, Ye Cheng remained only a mysterious venerable. The gulf between them was colossal. And to tip the scales further, a quasi-saint of the Golden Eye's Divine Lion clan now stood sentinel beside Jintong. Under such overwhelming odds, everyone knew how slim Ye Cheng's chances were. Even a miracle might not be enough to secure him victory. Let's move out, the Saint Emperors issued the order, ready to depart. But before they could take a single step, a new divine talisman tore through the air, its seal blazing with the characters Wanling, the cross-domain communication talisman of the Wanling Holy Land. Message from the 10,000 Spirits Holy Land, someone announced. Open it at once, another Saint Emperor demanded. Faces grew tense, especially among the Kanghai Palace Saint Emperors, whose brows knitted with worry. Even the Heavenly Emperor's messenger hesitated, then steeled himself and reverently broke the talisman's seal. In an instant, a pillar of white gold light shot skyward, unfolding a floating script for all to see. Every pair of eyes locked onto the radiant words. The report left them speechless. The young master of the golden-eyed Divine Lion clan had squared off against Master Qingchen, now known throughout the realm as Ye Cheng, and been utterly crushed. Ye Cheng had secured a resounding victory. A stunned silence fell over the assembly. None had expected such a decisive outcome. Even the Kanghai goddess could not hide her excitement. Her radiant eyes gleamed with anticipation. By contrast, the elder masters remained composed, their expressions grave. "We must act now," one of them declared. "The golden-eyed Divine Lion clan's quasi-saint will not yield so easily." The deacon from the Heavenly Emperor realm, who had brought this news, nodded in agreement. Just then, the talisman trembled once more, flaring with fresh spiritual light, a clear sign that the Holy Land of 10,000 spirits had sent another message. A hush fell over the gathered cultivators as they lifted their heads in unison. Breath caught in their throats, and every pair of eyes burned with stunned amazement. Chapter 303. Rumors swept through the cultivation world like wildfire. The quasi-saint of the golden-eyed Divine Lion clan had lost all reason and launched a ferocious assault on young Master Ye Cheng and Miss Yiren. Yet Ye Cheng was anything but unprepared. At the crucial moment, he invoked the Saint King's Warrior, a Saint-tier spirit weapon of legendary renown, breaching the barriers between realms to intercept and slay the crazed quasi-saint in a single, decisive blow. The assembled cultivators were left slack-jawed. Not only the promising young geniuses, but even the most seasoned elder masters stood frozen, struggling to comprehend the implications. Every major immortal sect prides itself on bequeathing a saint-tier spiritual weapon to its heirs, and a few might even possess a relic eclipsing the Saint King's Warrior as the very foundation of their power. Yet to own such a weapon and to truly activate its full might are two very different feats. Take the Kanghai Divine Palace, for instance, arguably the strongest power in the southern realms. Even it can channel only 30% of its Saint King Warrior's essence, barely enough to shield its mountain gate and the handful of domains that cluster around it. Sending that force hurtling across realms to strike a single enemy? Historically impossible. And yet the Gu family, until now considered merely one among many, had done exactly that. A hushed murmur rippled through the crowd. They actually did it. Elder masters exchanged awed glances, their hearts racing. For the Gu household to stand shoulder to shoulder with the supreme powers of the immortal world, and to command a Saint King relic with such authority, was nothing short of extraordinary. The young prodigies buzzed with excitement. Thanks to Prince Gucheng's bold strike, even if the god-demon descendants dared set foot on our southern Xuan divine continent again, they'd never gamble so recklessly. Their greatest asset, those quasi-saints sworn to protect them, had just been laid bare. Ye Cheng's sudden appearance effectively neutralized their trump card. Of course, some whispered that he might have activated the Saint King's Legion using rare treasures, intricate formations, or other arcane aids. But one miracle is a fluke. A second is virtually impossible. How many practitioners are skilled and fortunate enough to ascend to the quasi-saint threshold? No one undertakes such a perilous transformation lightly. They'd be wagering their very lives on a gamble with meager returns and certain doom on a loss. Even the most audacious god-demon heirs would think twice. By nightfall, the news had swept through every corner of the southern Xuan divine continent. Human geniuses celebrated, and veteran powerhouses nodded in approval, all recognizing what a powerful deterrent Ye Cheng's feat had become. After Ye Cheng's decisive move, no descendant of gods or demons would dare to swagger so brazenly again. Still, some dismissed the reports as pure fantasy. The great world had only reopened 3 or 4 years ago. To think the Holy King's forces could resurrect and spread throughout the domain so swiftly sounded impossible. It felt like a dream. Their doubts vanished the moment fresh news arrived from Great Mo. Word spread that Miss Yunxi had confronted the Silver Snow Demon Clan's young master, one of the fiercest among the god and demon descendants, and killed him outright. Even the clan's quasi-saint, enraged beyond reason, was stopped in his tracks the next instant, and it was not by the Silver Snow Clan, but by the young master of Snow Phoenix Mountain, who spirited him away rather than allow an attack on Miss Yunxi. Gods and demons raged in fury, but every assault was broken and every challenger forced to yield. With that undeniable proof, all remaining skepticism melted away. For a time, the entire southern continent seemed set ablaze with excitement. Prodigies everywhere were stunned and erupted into cheers, while even the high elders of the immortal sects found themselves swept up in the fervor. Not long ago, their disciples had traveled abroad in fear. Some even fell victim to the arrogant scions of gods and demons, suffering devastating losses. But everything was changing now. Those once domineering heirs would no longer dare act with impunity. Deep within the spiritual realm, in Zhonglan City's secluded Yuncheng chamber, a soft hum filled the air. Ye Cheng sat cross-legged on a stone dais, his eyes closed in concentration. Above his head hovered the celestial fate atlas, its surface rippling with ethereal light as it resonated with the void. From that emptiness it drew forth the distilled essence of destiny, transforming it into a vast swirl of purple mist that coalesced and rained down around him. This was no mere spectacle, it was the accumulated power of fate itself, offered up in gratitude and reverence by the human geniuses and mighty warriors of the southern mystical divine continent for Ye Cheng and the venerable Gu family. As the tide of fortune reached its peak, the swirling mist congealed into the faint outline of a colossal tripod, its form shimmering into being above Ye Cheng's head. The great tripod flared to life, its 3 legs rooted deep in the earth as a towering inferno of divine fire roared upward. Within its roaring flames danced countless uncanny phenomena, as if the cauldron had collapsed the entire southern mysterious divine continent into a single living tapestry. Hazy silhouettes of distant mountains, ancient cities, legendary beasts, and legions of cultivators flickered and wove through the fire's core, each one a faint echo of sentient life across the realm. Were the head of any immortal Taoist sect, or the patriarch of an eminent family, to witness this spectacle, he would surely stand in stunned silence. Here, Qiyun's power had transcended mere fire. It had become a vessel for every living being in the land, forging the cauldron into the very axis of existence. In that crucible, the raw might of creation itself churned and swelled. At this moment, Ye Cheng could have reached out and drawn every spark of Qiyun flame into his own body. By doing so, he would ascend as the undisputed leader of humankind, the living emperor of Nanchuan Shenzhou. From that throne, every gesture he made within the borders of the realm would send ripples of Qiyun energy surging through the hearts and blood of all mortal cultivators, ready to shatter any foe. Not even a saint king or a saint lord could stand against such consolidated might, so long as he remained in Nanchuan Shenzhou's embrace. And yet, Ye Cheng did not reach for that power. Though the temptation to claim absolute dominion trembled within his grasp, he quietly turned away from the burning tripod, resolved that the world and its people would find their own path forward, without him wearing the crown of fire. Claiming the human king's throne of Nanzhou is one thing, stepping down is quite another. Once you take that seat, it's as if you're bound to it for life. Dreaming of entering the fairy realm or venturing off to other Shenzhou for cultivation becomes nearly impossible. Sure, one can chase enlightenment by sheer luck, but the fortune tied to Nanchuan Shenzhou only carries you so far. It's far wiser to wait and accumulate more. Fortunately, fortune harvested from the Tianyun Atlas never slips away. It merely lies in reserve, ready to bestow its blessings whenever Ye Cheng needs them. Having just absorbed the last surge of fortune, he didn't hesitate. With a single gesture, he dispersed the swirling anomalies that the Atlas had projected. Then he turned back to the great map of Shenzhou before him, his attention immediately drawn to the marked location of the Void God Tower. A shadow of worry crossed his features. "Has this disturbance been a bit too conspicuous?" he murmured, stroking his chin as he pondered what the fallout might bring. Ye Cheng had meant only to test the power of the vermilion bird heaven seal, to send a warning shot, that would make the gods and demons think twice before threatening their progeny again. He never expected his demonstration to be taken so seriously. Now, as he peered toward the Void God Tower, he saw the assembled descendants of gods and demons deep in discussion, undoubtedly plotting their next move. A knot of anxiety formed in his chest. If these extraordinary youths decided to disperse, the ancient canonization path would vanish with them, and without that conduit, his carefully laid plan to return to the northern wilderness would collapse. He paced beneath the tower, brain racing for a solution. Just as doubt began to cloud his mind, a sudden whoosh of air announced two arrivals. Jiang Lianxin and Lan Qingxuan descended gracefully, each clutching a glowing talisman. Within moments they were at his side. "My husband, urgent news from the Ziwei Imperial Palace," Jiang Lianxin exclaimed, her eyes bright with concern. Lan Qingxuan nodded, holding out her talisman so its seal could be read. "The Empress Dowager has summoned reinforcements. Elite battalions are already en route. They believe our skirmish at the tower signals a larger uprising." Ye Cheng's heart leapt. Reinforcements could deter any rash departure by those divine descendants, but if they arrived too late, the canonization path would dissolve on its own. He steeled himself. "Then we have little time. Rally the soldiers and prepare a clear message for those gathered in the tower. We must show strength and offer them safe passage back to their realms, provided they pledge no further incursions." Both women bowed and dashed off to carry his orders. Ye Cheng watched their retreating forms, resolve flooding back. The true test of the vermilion bird heaven seal hadn't ended, it was only just beginning. Jiang Lianxin drew the talisman from a silken pouch embroidered with the Ziwei Imperial Palace crest. "This concerns the movements of the descendants of gods and demons," she explained, smoothing out the ancient parchment. Ye Cheng accepted it, his dark eyes flicking over the intricate sigils. A slow, satisfied smile curved his lips. "Excellent. This is unmistakably the spirit seal used by those half-blood clans." According to the talisman's runic script, the moment word spread that Ye Cheng could awaken the Sacred King's Legion, the scattered descendants of gods and demons convened in secret. Within hours, they reached a unanimous decision. Instead of retreating, they would converge on the ancient saint's path. Their point of rendezvous was the ethereal battle platform in Shuqian City, a soaring construct of innate purple aura just beyond the mountain gate of Shushan Tower. From there, they intended to step onto the saint's path and begin recruiting the greatest talents of Nanzhou for their cause. Lan Qingxuan laid a hand on Ye Cheng's shoulder, concern in her eyes. "Husband, where could they possibly find such confidence?" Ye Cheng studied the talisman once more, his smile widening as comprehension settled in. He looked up at Lan Qingxuan and Jiang Lianxin, their expressions a mixture of curiosity and puzzlement. In that moment, a spark of determination lit his gaze. He already knew exactly why those descendants dared to act so boldly. The ladies shook their heads in disbelief. In their view, those gods and demons had already demonstrated enough power to call forth the Saint King's soldiers, but instead of fleeing, they'd brazenly tried to climb the ancient path to sainthood. "Don't they realize," one of them muttered, "that my husband is just as qualified to walk that path?" Ye Cheng smiled and waved off their worries. "You all know my husband's true strength," he said, his eyes twinkling. "Those descendants of gods and demons, however, have no idea what he's truly capable of." He'd already predicted how the rumors would spread among the godly and demonic lineages. "When I first summoned the Saint King's soldiers," he explained, "they assumed it was only possible because of some hidden artifact, or that the Gu clan secretly harbored a cadre of mysterious masters working behind the scenes. They believed it was our protective formatio, NS, or some other unseen advantage that let me marshal those divine troops, cross between realms, and slay the quasi-saint of the golden-eyed divine lion clan." He paused, letting his words sink in. "But they don't understand," he continued, "that my husband's power stands entirely on its own. None of these external artifacts could accompany Ye Cheng onto the ancient path of canonization. True, he might have erected a massive formation even within that sacred trail, but to single-handedly manage such a complex, high-level array, empower the cultivators, and activate the Holy King soldiers all at once? In the eyes of those god-descended and demon-descended onlookers, by the time Ye Cheng finished laying out so grand a formation, he'd already be a corpse. Chapter 304. This is unbelievable. Lan Qingxuan and Zhang Lianxin exchanged stunned looks as Ye Cheng laid out his plan. The haughty confidence of those divine and demonic descendants was astonishing, so brazen that they'd practically walked into their own deaths. Both girls shook their heads in exasperation, their earlier frustration at the gods and demons giving way to reluctant admiration for Ye Cheng's foresight. They knew what awaited him next. He would set foot on the ancient path of canonization, journey north into the wilderness, and endure its crucible of trials to temper his body and soul. His true purpose, however, lay in vengeance, to hunt down every god and demon who dared to use Nanzhou as their personal slaughterhouse. Though they understood his resolve, their hearts tightened at the thought of parting. Ye Cheng sensed their reluctance. He stepped forward and drew them both into a gentle embrace, whispering reassurances until their tense limbs relaxed in his arms. For a moment, it felt as though time itself had stopped, suspended by the warmth of his promise to return. Finally, he released them and stood. Moonlight filtered through the window, glinting off his determined gaze. He wanted more than anything to take both girls with him, but the northern wilderness was treacherous territory, its dangers unknown even to him. He needed to go first, to scout and secure a path before inviting them into the fray. "I have to go ahead," he said softly, his voice firm. "Here isn't safe for you, not yet. I'll find out what waits in the north and then come back for you. I swear it." Lan Qingxuan and Zhang Lianxin exchanged worried glances, but nodded. They trusted him completely, even as dread wove through their hearts. Ye Cheng gave them each a final, lingering look, then turned and opened the door. The wooden frame creaked as he slipped out, leaving behind an echo of resolve. The two girls stood in silence for a long moment, listening to the soft hush of the corridor beyond, and knowing that their world was about to change forever. Ye Cheng glanced at the two expectant mothers beside him. Though they had each achieved remarkable breakthroughs in their cultivation, pregnancy still demanded extreme caution. He offered them a reassuring smile. "Don't fret too much, both of you. In 3 to 5 years, the ancient path to canonization in the southern continent will open. And even if it's delayed, well, with my current strength, I can cross the Chaos Sea on my own." He let a rare, roguish grin tug at his lips. "And if everything goes south, I'll return in my physical body, just to make sure you two are safe and sound." At that, Zhang Lianxin and Lan Qingxuan couldn't help themselves. Tears of relief and laughter slipped from their eyes as they threw themselves at him. "You big show-off!" they cried in unison, burying their faces against his shoulders. Ye Cheng's grin widened into a full, warm smile. He wrapped his arms around them, feeling their steady breaths and the tiny lives stirring within. Beyond their circle, the vast Chaos Sea stretched like an endless storm. It separated the 4 divine continents, its turbulence born of pure, acquired chaos energy. Such energy could obliterate even a Daozun, an emperor, or a saint-rank cultivator in an instant. Traveling its shifting currents was a feat few dared to attempt. Once a traveler's spiritual power was drained and their supply of spirit crystals exhausted, the Chaos Sea offered no refuge. Lose the faintest trace of a divine continent's aura, and one would be lost forever to the void. That danger weighed on all of them. But for this moment, with their hearts lightened by Ye Cheng's confident assurance, Zhang Lianxin and Lan Qingxuan finally allowed themselves to hope. And as their laughter echoed across the crystalline steps of the sect's courtyard, the promise of reunion, even across the darkest tides, felt suddenly within reach. Only cultivators who have broken past the saint realm into the rank of flying immortal can hope to traverse the Chaos Sea. Although the two ladies' husbands were already peerless geniuses, the women quietly doubted they could rise to true flying immortal status within the next 3 to 5 years. Ye Cheng caught their anxious smiles and couldn't resist grinning in return. Without a word, he lifted a hand, and as a faint current of spiritual energy whispered through the air, he brushed his fingertips together. In an instant, the profound teachings of the Taichu ancient scroll flooded into the two women's minds. Their eyes flew open in astonishment. They felt the scroll's immeasurable weight and understood, in that moment, the full measure of Ye Cheng's confidence. If they could refine its secrets to the stage of minor success, they would forge immortal bodies capable of piercing the chaos sea itself. They would no longer need to become flying immortals. Their husbands, empowered by this inheritance, could safely bear them across. Excitement surged in their hearts as admiration for Ye Cheng deepened. Yet each woman also recognized the arduous road ahead. Mastering the Taichu ancient scroll would be no easy feat. In the eyes of the two ladies, their husbands' innate talent and the astonishing speed with which they had mastered the immortal scripture placed them far above ordinary cultivators. Once he'd seen the women comfortably settled, Ye Cheng did not hurry off. Instead, he spent the next few days attending to the clan's affairs, carefully organizing and distributing the many legacies and arcane techniques he had gathered over the years. All of his great magical powers, sky swallowing, celestial opening, curse weaving, spirit transformation, mirage dragon, and so on, were sealed into jade talismans and entrusted to his father and the two ladies. Their task was to select the finest prodigies within the clan to receive and cultivate these inheritances. The sole exception was the primordial chaos great magical power. Without a chaotic body to harbor it, it remained locked away in Ye Cheng's personal vault. Finally, drawing upon every formidable art he had mastered, Ye Cheng wove them together into a single, fearsome array talisman. Within its intricate seals lay 13 of the greatest magical powers he possessed, ready to be unleashed by whoever could prove worthy. Ye Cheng completed the last phase of his preparations by embedding 3 priceless treasures into the protective array surrounding the Gu estate. First came the 2 Other Shore spirit puppets he had empowered with the full force of the Other Shore's great magic. Each puppet boasted 70% of Ye Cheng's own combat strength and would grow stronger in tandem with his future breakthroughs. Third was the sacred furnace of the Holy Way, whose arcane energies perfectly complemented the puppet's might. With Ye Cheng personally presiding over the array, and 13 grand spirit talismans woven into its pattern, the formation could at a critical moment unleash the equivalent of more than 30% of the sect's supreme relic, the Yunsheng furnace. Even against opponents of holy realm rank, let alone a holy king or holy monarch, this killing array would hold fast. It was more than enough to safeguard the Gu family and to shield the surrounding spiritual territories from Qianyu to distant realms, from any foreign incursion. Having secured these contingencies, Ye Cheng wasted no time. He gathered Yi Ruoshui and every Gu family member still on hand, then departed for Shutian City, steel in his heart and determination on his face, ready to face the coming horde of gods and demons. After more than half a year of cultivation under Ye Cheng's tutelage, Yi Ruoshui still hadn't awakened her immortal fate, but her grasp of the Dao arts was nothing short of remarkable. Though her innate talent was only average and her advancement slower than most, she absorbed new formations and killing techniques at a glance, intuitively drawing out their deeper principles. She had also grown noticeably taller, her once childish features softening into youthful grace. Now, walking side by ID along the mossy courtyard path, Yi Ruoshui's cheeks warmed with a shy flush. She already knew that Ye Cheng planned to journey to the northern wilderness, and that he would fulfill his promise to bring her along. The idea filled her heart with sweetness. Yet at the same time, visions of the terrifying gods and demons said to roam that forsaken land made her pulse quicken with a mixture of excitement and anxiety. If only I could accelerate my cultivation, so I'll be strong enough to protect Master. A shadow of doubt crossed her face. Am I really of any use, or am I just holding him back? Ye Cheng caught the change in her expression. He paused, turned to her, and let out a soft laugh. Gently, he reached out and ruffled her hair. Don't worry about rushing, Ruoshui. For now, your only task is to cultivate steadily. When the time comes, you'll be more than ready to stand by my side. Hearing his reassurance, Yi Ruoshui's tension eased. She lifted her eyes to his, determination shining in their depths. No matter how long it took, she would grow stronger, so that when the trials of the northern wilderness began, she would not be a burden, but a worthy companion to the young master who had placed his trust in her. Your talent might not be any worse than mine. Don't sell yourself short, And this time, we'll return to the northern wilderness. Maybe your gifts will manifest even faster there. Ye Cheng spoke with a hopeful sparkle in his eyes. He wasn't merely trying to soothe Ye Ruoshui's doubts. In his estimation, awakening her immortal life in Nanshuan would take at least 3 years. But out in the northern wilderness, her ancestral homeland, everything would change. As the first immortal-blooded descendant of her clan in generations, Ye Ruoshui would draw upon the unique aura and fortune of those wild lands. What might take 3 years here could well be accomplished in a single year there. Still, Ye Cheng left those details unspoken. Ye Ruoshui had not yet set foot on the path of cultivation, and such talk of years and awakenings would only confuse or overwhelm her at this stage. Instead, he offered her only encouragement and the promise of a journey that could unlock her true potential. Whoosh! The great Brahma vessel tore through the sky, carrying Ye Cheng, Ye Ruoshui, Gu Yunxi, Gu Qingchen, Gu Yiren, Gu Daoshuan, and the rest of the Gu family prodigies. In an instant, they appeared above Shuqian City, hovering just beyond the walls of the holy battle arena. Down below, every cultivator, both mortal geniuses and demon-born warriors, paused mid-step. A palpable shift rippled through the crowd as dozens of pairs of eyes turned skyward. Then they saw him, Ye Cheng stepping off the vessel alongside his companions. A roar broke out. His Highness Ye Cheng has arrived, and Miss Yunxi, Master Qingchen too. The prodigious leader of Nanshuan, those demons will regret challenging us. Truly invincible, His Highness Ye Cheng. Mortal cultivators erupted into cheers that shook the stadium. Flags snapped in the wind. Battle cries thundered across the sands. In stark contrast, the demon-born warriors' faces fell. Their confident smiles vanished, replaced by grim frowns and wary glances. They knew, as every mortal here did, that Ye Cheng stood unmatched, a living legend whose very presence tilted the scales of battle. These gods and demons, elite prodigies summoned from distant realms, are extraordinarily attuned to the life forces of Nanshuan's geniuses. Even without having practiced the local secret techniques, they can instantly discern the ebb and flow of a Nanshuan cultivator's luck aura. Previously, Gu Yunxi and Gu Qingchen had already unleashed such formidable auras that these outsiders stood in awe, and now standing before them was Ye Cheng himself. The moment they sensed the overwhelming tide of fortune radiating from Ye Cheng, every demon and deity stiffened. His aura was so potent it spoke of a leader in the making, indeed, almost a destined head of all Nanshuan's mortals. Even Shui Huang, Ling Bo, and Si, Hai Tian, the 3 young scions of the Saint Realm, felt a crushing weight descend upon their hearts. Their expressions turned grave, their gazes solemn. Qi Tian ground his teeth and muttered under his breath. Opening the ancient Saint Road early was the right call. Neither Shui Huang nor Ling Bo spoke, but their approving nods, fleeting as they were, said it all. After all, when they'd learned that Ye Cheng had persuaded the Saint King's legions to breach the domain barrier, they'd felt a deep, lingering unease. Now that unease had transformed into undeniable respect. A contingent of gods and demons still considered themselves fortunate. After all, they reasoned, no matter how powerful Ye Cheng was, he couldn't possibly summon the Saint King's army so many times in rapid succession. They still had time to scour Nanshuan for a few more divine treasures before activating the ancient Saint Road. In the end, though, it was the 3 leading young masters among the gods and demons who pushed to board the ancient Saint Road immediately and strike preemptively. Now, their gamble seemed to have paid off. Although I can't pinpoint Ye Cheng's exact cultivation level at the moment, his blazing fortune speaks for itself. He's at least in the early Tianzun stage, and given more time to prepare, even these 3 saints might hesitate to confront him. Humph! The 3 young masters exchanged satisfied glances. Slowly exhaling, they turned to their subordinates, ready to select one warrior to test Ye Cheng's strength in the opening skirmish. Despite the 3 envoys' best efforts, under Lord Chitian's unwavering gaze, the divine and demonic descendants quailed. They had all seen the battle records of Gu Qingchen and Gu Yunxi, renowned prodigies of the Gu family, and dared not overestimate themselves. Confronting Ye Cheng now seemed a fool's errand. Frustration flickered in the envoys' eyes as they prepared to dispatch a single champion to test him. But before they could move, a cool, confident voice rang out across the arena. Can't even bring yourselves to step forward? That's fine. The three figures froze. In a sudden flash of light, Ye Cheng appeared on the sacred battle platform. He inclined his head in a respectful salute, the corner of his mouth lifting in a faint, amused smile. Why not send more of you? If they all come at once, it'll make the match far more interesting. One envoy scowled, stepping closer. You talk big, but are you daring us, or just afraid? Chapter 305. Ye Cheng stood unmoved on the field of canonization, his gaze sweeping over the assembled gods and demons. What's the matter? He called out, voice cool. Don't even have the courage to fight as one? A tense hush fell. The divine and infernal denizens had long prided themselves on looking down at humanity, but now a single mortal dared to mock them so openly. Color drained from their faces, their pride wounded. Heartbeats thundered in their ears as they fought the urge to leap forward and tear him apart. Arrogant worm, one god snarled. You're asking for death! Who gives you the right to insult us? A demon lord snarled. You miserable ant. They braced themselves to charge, but before they could move, a clear, authoritative voice cut through the roar of rage. Are we really going to stoop to their level? Young Master Chidian asked. His tone was calm, almost dismissive, yet it carried a weight that silenced the crowd. Young Master? Murmurs spread among the gods and demons. They exchanged stunned glances, unwilling to believe they'd heard correctly. Several divine scions pressed forward, eyes flashing. Master, why bother with the taunts of a mere human, one said. Let us finish him. I promise you, he won't live through the hour. But young Master Chitian only raised an eyebrow, watching Ye Cheng with a curious, unreadable expression. The battlefield stilled, every eye fixed on the mortal who dared to stand alone. Wash away the shame of our last defeat. Shui Wang's voice cut through the tense air, low but charged with authority. He leaned in and, using a secret transmission technique, shared his shocking discovery with the gathered descendants of gods and demons. Listen closely, he whispered. This human, Ye Cheng, bears the portent of greatness. In time, he may well rise as the leader of all humanity in Shenzhou, even go on to sit upon the dragon throne of the Nanshuan divine continent. At this revelation, the assembled immortals stiffened. Murmurs rippled through their ranks like wildfire. The future emperor of Nanshuan? One breathless voice asked. The destined leader of humankind? Their eyes glittered with feverish excitement. A single thought seized them all. If they could slay Ye Cheng and absorb his fated fortune, their own paths to power would be unlocked. They trembled, some out of eagerness, others out of barely contained ferocity, like hunters who'd spotted the fattest stag in the forest. Yet despite their impatience, they held their ground, waiting for Shui Huang's order. In that charged silence, the promise of unimaginable power pulsed between them. All they needed was the nod of their young master, and then they would seize their prize, share in Ye Cheng's prophesied glory, and claim the heavens for themselves. Ye Cheng's display of power on the holy battlefield left everyone breathless. Even descendants of gods and demons, beings who'd prided themselves on standing atop heaven's hierarchy, could not deny that, in a one-on-one duel, they had no chance against him. Their underlings, who had just begun to regroup, watched their leader's resolve harden. The three foremost warriors, 2 godly champions and 1 demon lord, fixed Ye Cheng with murderous intent. How will you answer us, human? Boomed the voice of Snow Phoenix Mountain's young master, projected across the field by divine transmission. Though the words were meant only for his own troops, Ye Cheng's divine consciousness intercepted them as easily as reading a scroll. He let a faint, sardonic smile curl at the corner of his lips. Answer? He repeated under his breath. With a casual motion of his hand, he summoned his innate purple aura, and then, with a soft crackle, it vanished completely. At his command, the barrier that had confined the challenge to a single opponent dissolved. The portal onto the battlefield swung wide open, signaling that reinforcements, divine or demonic, could now pour in without restriction. Silence fell. The gods and demons stiffened, realizing that by tearing down this last safe guard, Ye Cheng had just invited an all-out war. And yet, in his calm eyes, there was only anticipation. He was ready. All at once, every human cultivator on the sidelines, prodigies and elders alike, even the emperors, turned ashen, their faces etched with shock and confusion. This, "Your Highness Ye Cheng, what are you doing?" someone shouted, eyes wide. "Even with all your talent, you can't be this reckless." On the Kangsheng battlefield, no one is permitted to use external aids. The major sects of Nanzhou, much like the descendants of gods and demons, all believed Ye Cheng must be relying on the formation or some secret artifact to animate the Saint King's soldiers. Only the members of the Gu family fully understood his true plan, and they watched with calm, unwavering confidence. The sea goddess, the Ziwei Emperor's daughter, Ye Cheng, and the other young masters of the houses allied to the Gu family pressed forward, their faces etched with concern. Ye Cheng's voice was grave as she turned to Gu Yunxi. "Sheer, is your father really all right?" Gu Yunxi lifted her bright eyes and offered a gentle smile. "Aunt Cheng, don't worry. Those villains, father could defeat them with one hand." At her confident assurance, Ye Cheng and the others exchanged wry looks. It sounded like an exaggeration, yet none of them had forgotten Yunxi's own abilities, nor could they ignore the unshakable faith Ye Cheng himself always displayed. In that moment, a spark of hope kindled within them. Perhaps His Highness Ye Cheng truly could carry the day. Before they could dwell on the possibility, a thunderous cry shattered the air. "Kill! Slay the beast! Let its flesh and blood become the foundation for our enlightenment." With savage roars, the descendants of gods and demons surged toward the arena. Even the 3 young masters of gods and demons from the Saint Venerable realm were no exception to the call of battle, but they approached it with characteristic caution. Instead of launching themselves into the fray, they positioned themselves at the rim of the war ring, spiritual weapons at the ready, directing and supporting the lesser descendants of gods and demons under their command. Of the 3, young Master Chidian was the most poised. No sooner had he stepped onto the ring than he flicked his wrist, summoning a small blood-red tower. This strange artifact had once been a shattered holy weapon he discovered in Nanchuan Shenzhou and painstakingly restored, and through that restoration had forged an intrinsic bond with it. Though he had not yet ascended to the Saint Realm, this connection allowed him to activate the tower's power as if he were already its true master. The moment it sprang to life, the blood-colored tower cut through the air like a scorching meteor. A gust of icy wind swirled in its wake, and from that chill air emerged countless wailing specters, their eyes glowing with murderous intent. Even the ambient spiritual energy between heaven and earth seemed to congeal and stagnate under the sinister aura emanating from the little tower, an omen that the tide of battle was about to turn. A roar of astonishment tore through the battlefield. It's young Master Ye Cheng who struck. He's activated a saint's weapon. Look at that crimson tower. Worthy indeed of being our lord, that worthless human ant is finished. Under Ye Cheng's command, every descendant of gods and demons stared in awe. Even the troops serving the other 2 young masters gaped at the spectacle, while the proud human warriors watching the duel went pale. "A true saint's armament, and he can wield it?" someone whispered, disbelief echoing down the ranks. Normally, only an Emperor Realm prodigy could hope to rouse even a quasi-holy weapon. Yet here stood Ye Cheng, a Saint Realm cultivator, effortlessly calling forth the genuine article. And make no mistake, even if he unleashed only 1% of that weapon's strength, its power would be enough to crush any emperor. In that moment, it was clear, there was no force even capable of standing against young Master Ye Cheng. Is this truly the leader-level combat power of one of the descendants of gods and demons? A cold dread washed over the assembly of human prodigies. Many of them felt hope draining away as they stared at the opposing forces. Just when despair threatened to overwhelm them, Ye Cheng stepped forward. He spoke no words. With a single measured stride, he unleashed an aura so vast and oppressive that every genius and demigod around him fell silent. Inside him, spiritual power surged outward like a tidal wave, engulfing the entire battlefield in a blinding wash of energy. All eyes, both human and divine, were fixed on the small, blood-red tower hovering before them. Under Ye Cheng's inexorable pressure, the tower trembled, then began to shudder violently. In an instant, its ethereal link to its master, the young scion of Chidian, snapped with a resounding clang. The crimson tower collapsed to the ground in pieces. From beginning to end, Ye Cheng had not drawn a blade or uttered an incantation, yet he had shattered his opponent's ultimate trump card through sheer force of will. Astonishment and horror rippled through the ranks of the descendants of gods and demons as they realized they were facing a prodigy of unprecedented power. More than anything else, the gathered spectators were fixated on Ye Cheng's cultivation level. When the announcement came, Dao Zun, a flawless Dao Zun, it hit them like a thunderclap. A stunned silence fell over the arena, broken only by murmurs of disbelief. Dao Zun? A perfect Dao Zun. Even the veteran emperors and the guardian quasi-saints of the divine and demonic bloodlines, who had materialized one after another from the void, gaped at him in horror. With their mastery, they could easily cloak their true ages, but Ye Cheng's aura betrayed him. He was genuinely in his early 20s, not veiled by any spiritual glamour. In other words, he descended to the Dao Zun realm in barely more than 2 decades. A Dao Zun attained in under 25 years and at perfect cultivation? Such a genius belongs at the very pinnacle of the northern wilderness's prodigies, one quasi-saint whispered, voice trembling so violently his robes fluttered. Across the assembled ranks of quasi-saints, shock and dread flickered in every pair of eyes. Never before had they witnessed such an astonishing and unsettling achievement. The 3 heirs standing beside him, Chitian's young master, the scion of Snow Phoenix Mountain, and the Lingbo Island heir, gaped at Ye Cheng in outright terror. They had come to Nanzhou for 2 reasons. First, to save face after being bested by a legendary human prodigy in the northern wilderness. Second, to vent their fury by hunting down the Nanshuan humans. Yet before they could even taste revenge, they'd unwittingly stumbled upon another unparalleled genius, one whose strength alone would rank him among the northern wilderness's top Tianjiao. Damn it! How many of these bloody monsters does humanity produce? Chitian's young master hissed between clenched teeth. Ants, nothing but blood food. In a sudden, bestial roar, he shattered his composure. His eyes bled faint crimson as he channeled every scrap of his spiritual power into his body, crackling veins bursting with raw energy. Then, with a guttural cry, he expelled a gout of his own essence and blood, fueling the small, blood-red tower he had painstakingly refined. The tower sprang to life in midair, humming with malevolent power, and shot straight at Ye Cheng once more. Ye Cheng charged ahead, and at the sight of him breaking through the enemy lines, the 2 rival commanders, one leading the gods, the other the demons, and their finest prodigies all snapped to attention. They immediately grasped how perilous their position had become. Now there was only one option. They had to unleash every ounce of their power, hold nothing back, and even resort to their most devastating secret techniques. Without doing so, defeat would be all but certain. Still, a single, ruthless thought steeled their resolve. If we can kill Ye Cheng, they breathlessly agreed, then every sacrifice, every hidden card we've played will have been worth it. Chapter 306, Shui Huang and Lingbo struck in rapid succession. Shui Huang's body erupted into a 100-foot-tall snow phoenix, its wings unfurling to blot out the sky as ice and snow swirled around it. In the next instant, Lingbo morphed into a mermaid, emerald hair streaming behind him, pupils coiling like pythons, and an ocean's worth of wave patterns swirling in his glare. Those watery sigils sharpened into blade-like arcs, each one cutting toward Ye Cheng with deadly precision. Before Ye Cheng could react, the 3 leaders of Qi Tian stepped forward. Their commanding presence snapped the god and demon descendants back to attention. At their signal, every surviving disciple gathered in a wide circle. Brilliant divine light flared from their bodies, merging, resonating, and then condensing into a single, colossal formation. Under the guidance of Qi Tian's triumvirate, the energy solidified into a towering, spectral army of gods and demons, each phantom warrior bristling with formidable power, its very aura enough to make Emperor Xuan's heart quake. When the final pattern locked into place, one of the young masters from Qi Tian exhaled, "It's done." In that moment, boundless light shone in his eyes as the supreme killing formation readied to unleash its wrath. The assembled gods and demons could hardly contain their excitement. Except for the young masters of the Shui Huang and Lingbo clans, who were equally eager, the rest rushed to position themselves within the shadow of the killing formation, hungering for the murderous power it would soon unleash. Even now, they could feel the energy swelling around them like a living tide. Not one of them dared look at Ye Cheng with anything but contempt. "He's a beastly talent, no doubt," one growled, "but what's one man against all of us? His defeat is inevitable." A ripple of cruel laughter swept through their ranks. Beneath the swirling black clouds overhead, every rune and seal of the formation blazed to life. It had taken countless sacrifices to build, seals forged in demon fire, chants borrowed from gods of old, and now, at last, it was ready. Ye Cheng hovered atop a cloud of his own making, the blade at his side humming like a caged storm. He met their jeers with steely calm and called up to them, voice carrying over the rumble of magic. "So, who wants to run, and who's brave enough to stay and fight?" The three celestial generals exchanged amused glances. One stepped forward, lips curling. "Either way, you're too late." At his word, the final barrier snapped into place. The killing formation closed around Ye Cheng like an inescapable net of light and shadow, an array so perfect that even the Zhuan Emperor would have bowed before it. A flicker of regret passed through Ye Cheng's eyes. His only hope had been to strike before the seals fell into place, but pride had held him back. Now, trapped at the very heart of his enemy's power, he faced the ultimate test. "Your ending is already doomed," Chitian young master muttered, eyes narrowing in disdain. But before he could finish, his pupils suddenly froze. Under the stunned gazes of Chitian young master and the two god-demon leaders standing beside him, Ye Cheng rose effortlessly on a cushion of clouds. He surveyed the immense phantom host, 99% of the descendants of gods and demons, gathered before him. A faint smile curved his lips as he raised a hand and clicked his tongue. Sk! At once, a mighty cry rent the air. Behind Ye Cheng, a scarlet seal blazed into being, its fiery aura scorching the heavens. It tore upward through the sea of clouds, its momentum sweeping away every malignant spirit in its path. As it ascended, the seal transformed into the colossal phantom of the vermilion bird, wings spread wide in a burst of red light. With a single, unspoken command from Ye Cheng, the vermilion bird dove upon the ranks of gods and demons. Their formidable formation, one that had once forced Emperor Xuan himself to retreat, was struck as if by a raging inferno. The phantom host was reduced to ash and dust before it even had a chance to cry out. In an instant, Ye Cheng's vermilion bird heavenly seal erupted in blinding light, and then dissolved into drifting ashes. "Ah! A Saint King weapon?" someone in the crowd stammered. "Your Highness Ye Cheng, his cultivation barely reaches Daozun, yet he's just unleashed a Saint King-level armament without so much as a formation," another voice cried. Shock rippled through every spectator. Saint King weapons are the pinnacle of divine artillery. Normally, only quasi-saints or full saints can activate them, and even then, they must expend massive spiritual power, deploy secret talismans, or prearrange complex spirit arrays. Yet here was Ye Cheng, still at Daozun, summoning such unparalleled force with nothing more than his will. On the opposing side, the three surviving young masters of the gods and demons watched in horror as their own bloodline disciples were incinerated before the fading embers of the seal. Their Tao hearts shattered. In that moment, only one instinct remained: fall back. Young Master Chitian wheeled about and bolted off the canonization battle stage before anyone could stop him. In the stunned silence that followed, all eyes were fixed on the place where Ye Cheng stood, alone, unscathed, and more formidable than anyone had ever imagined. The instant he stumbled off the battle stage, he let out a grief-stricken scream. His luck, now a cascade of glimmering light, was wrenched from his body by an invisible force of the law. Severed from its owner, the luminous stream shot straight at Ye Cheng. Such is the immutable rule on the ancient canonization road: those who lose must forfeit their luck. The two other young lords, one born of gods, the other of demons, suffered the same fate. As their luck was torn away, their spirits sagged. Agonized cries rolled through the city. Yet they paid no heed to their own collapse. Clutching at the last shreds of strength, they fled toward the quasi-saints who guarded the Tao, desperate for sanctuary. Meanwhile, on the canonization arena, Ye Cheng remained unmoved. More streams of fortune poured in one after another. The blessings of Chitian, Shui Huang, and Lingbo, and even the stolen luck of the countless divine and demonic descendants he had reduced to ash with his vermilion bird heaven seal. All that amassed energy coalesced behind him in a vast curtain of purple mist, shaping itself into a living panorama of every creature, great and small, under heaven. Ye Cheng hovered against the void like an emperor of mankind. His sheer presence pressed in on the more than 30 quasi-saints tasked with guarding the path, driving the air from their lungs. One of them finally gasped, "This young man cannot be beaten." All around him, the quasi-saints exchanged hurried glances. They'd already witnessed the slaughter he'd wrought when he last unleashed the vermilion bird heaven seal, 10 of their number cut down in an instant. Even now, buoyed by unearthly luck, his power far exceeded anything they could hope to match. Worse still, their young master lay defeated and had lost his fortune to Ye Cheng. There was nothing left to gain by standing their ground. "Retreat!" a battle-hardened quasi-saint roared. With a unified war cry, they summoned the spirit boat, herded the 3 young masters of gods and demons aboard, and spurred the vessel onto the ancient sanctification road that spanned the Chaos Sea. In moments, they were gone. "They're escaping?" one junior attendant stammered. "My lord, they're getting away. What shall we do?" No one had expected Ye Cheng's assault to end in a rout. Now, as the spirit boat vanished into the swirling mists, the assembled forces could only stare in stunned silence. Human sects that had staked everything on these god-demon descendants, none more so than the Void God Tower, stood in dazed silence as if tears might betray them. They had poured staggering resources into summoning these divine-blooded warriors to Nanshuan, banking on their canonization tier, Ials to secure Nanzhou's greatest prodigies and reap true-blood tributes. Now all their plans lay in ruins, their investment wasted. A trembling voice broke the silence. "What do we do now? Why not join your master and travel together?" Ye Cheng's reply was as cold and clear as steel. The lords of the Void God Tower froze, and horror dawned on their faces. They were completely surrounded by Shuyun City's most powerful cultivators. One elder spat, "Is this your grand design? Are you looking to spill blood for the immortal Tao?" Ye Cheng's lips curved into a faint, deadly smile. "If a bloodbath is needed, so be it." With that, he raised his hand. The air shrieked in protest as the vermilion bird heaven seal ignited in a blinding torrent of crimson light. In an instant, the Void God Tower's champions were no more. Flesh vaporized, bones crushed to powder, leaving only the echo of their screams in the wind. Ye Cheng stood up and turned to his father. "I want the Gu family to take point. Gather our strongest fighters and lead the assault. Wipe out every god and demon that spilled forth from the Void God Tower." "Consider it done, Chinger." Gu Yuan's eyes blazed. He and the other elders pounded their chests in salute, eager for the fight. Still, Ye Cheng's brow was furrowed. He withdrew the vermilion bird heaven seal from his belt, channeled a surge of spiritual power into it, and sent it soaring ahead. The seal's scarlet glow streaked over the mountains, primed to dismantle the defensive formations around the Void God Tower and the surrounding sects. He knew why these invaders had held out so long. First, the mountain-guarding arrays, ancient spells woven into the very earth, and second, the holy soldiers entrenched in their foundations, ethereal warriors summoned to defend their legacies in dire moments. But with Ye Cheng's recent purge of their strongest champions and the destruction of the warding arrays, only a handful of lesser beasts remained, mere cubs and strays. Even if his father's team met them head-on, there was nothing left that could stand in their way. Ye Cheng pressed Yi Roche close, and with a single gesture of his mana, rent open a sliver of space. A translucent cocoon bloomed around her, shielding her from harm. Then he himself dissolved into a blazing arch of prismatic light, streaking up the ancient path of ascension in pursuit of the fleeing quasi-saints. "Arrogant humans," he thundered. "You dare hunt us without the Saint King's legions? You're begging for death." The quasi-saints ahead glanced back, not with fear but with amusement. To them, Ye Cheng's sudden climb onto the path of ascension meant little. This celestial road drew its power solely from mortal destinies in Beihuang and Nanshuan, hardly a match for the might of the true Saint King's forces. And having already unleashed the vermilion bird heaven seal against the Void God Tower and other divine enemies, Ye Cheng's reserves were, in their estimation, dangerously depleted. "A boy with delusions of grandeur," one sneered, voice laced with contempt. "Don't blame us when you fall." At his signal, a scorching blade of pure gold coalesced in midair. The other quasi-saints pressed forward, their combined strength forging a deadly arc that cleaved toward the radiant streak of Ye Cheng's form. But Ye Cheng, undeterred, only narrowed his eyes. The path of ascension pulsed beneath his feet, its runes igniting with celestial fire. He braced against the oncoming strike, determined to carve a path through any who dared stand between him, Yi Shui, and their shared destiny. This Blazing Sky Sword is a Saint King weapon our Blazing Sky Valley has spent generations perfecting. Activate it now, and even a quasi-saint will fall back in terror. You're finished. A sneering voice cut through the challenger's boasts. A Saint King weapon, you say? Or just another sword? Gods, demons, and quasi-saints alike bristled with pride as they unleashed their spiritual weapons, until Ye Cheng stepped forward. Unmoved, his expression calm, his eyes suddenly flared with divine light. In that moment, every energized blade and sigil in the arena dimmed beneath his presence. Without a word, Ye Cheng raised his chin. From the pulsing point between his brows, a surge of divine thought erupted. Invisible, yet irresistible, it struck the Blazing Sky Sword, unraveling every imprint those quasi-saints had painstakingly forged into its metal. In an instant, the sword's original defenses shattered and its allegiance flipped. With a thunderous whoosh, the Blazing Sky Sword reversed course and sprang back toward its former masters. Their triumphant grins twisted into screams of terror. Ah! Chapter 307. A chorus of screams and anguished howls tore through the battlefield as gods, demons, and quasi-saints alike recoiled in horror. In a breathtaking display, Ye Cheng, for a fleeting moment, had wrested the sect's Saint King weapon from its resting place, channeling it through the divine consciousness of his heavenly refining saint body. Though the blade was far from fully tempered, even 1% of a Saint King weapon's might is enough to strike terror into any foe. Combining that raw divine power with his own prodigious strength, Ye Cheng swept the front lines with searing swordlight. Dozens of adversaries, gods, demons, and half-ascended saints, were cleaved in an instant, their bodies torn apart like rag dolls. Before their souls could flee, he flicked a finger and unleashed tendrils of divine consciousness, snaring their essences and sending them spiraling into oblivion. By the heavens, how can this whelp be so powerful? One quasi-saint gasped, eyes wide with uncomprehending fear. Around him, his comrades' minds reeled. Nanshuan Shenzhou had only just entered its golden age, yet already this monstrous youth seemed capable of staggering feats. What force had he unleashed upon their realm? At barely 21 years old, Ye Cheng had already awakened the Holy King's armament and unleashed it upon all who opposed him. His ferocity was unprecedented, a human tempest that left even veteran quasi-saints shaken to their core. If word of his exploits reached the northern wilderness, it would overturn the very foundations of legend. In their history, immortal bloodlines and divine descendants had claimed all the glory. Yet here stood a single mortal, eclipsing them all. To see him channel the armament's power and fell quasi-saints as if they were mere straw effigies was a spectacle no one could fathom without witnessing it firsthand. Rumors of such carnage would have sounded like delirium, were they not recounted by those who had stared death in the face and survived. "What can we do?" hissed one demon quasi-saint to another, their voices trembling. "At this rate, not one of us will walk away alive." Their eyes followed Ye Cheng's steady ascent along the ancient road of saints, each deliberate step resonating with unshakable resolve. At the head of the assembled quasi-saints stood a figure whose pale determination belied the fear beneath. He was once the sole bearer of the Holy King's armament, born of Chidian Valley as was its renowned young master, Ling Tian. Fiercest in strength and quickest of reflex, he had believed himself invincible, until Ye Cheng's inexorable charge proved otherwise. Now he ground his teeth, bracing himself for the clash that would decide their fate. Ye Cheng, leader of the Sacred King's army, had managed to slip away in time and preserve his life. Now he pushed himself to his feet, his teeth bared in a feral snarl, eyes blazing with ruthless determination. "What choice do we have?" he growled. "We'll sacrifice our personal fortune, draw upon the blessings of gods and demons alike, and unleash that power to strike back at this boy. We'll force him off this ground." A heavy silence fell over the assembled divine and demonic warriors. In the sacred realm, even a single quasi-saint is an invaluable asset to any tribe. Their birthright they carry is the tribe's collective luck. Losing one of them is more than a death. It's a grievous depletion of the entire tribe's fortune. That was why, in dire moments, a quasi-saint could opt to offer up all their personal fortune back to the tribe. The moment they did, they reverted to ordinary mortals, no longer favored by ancestral luck, and thus far weaker than their former peers. In return, however, their sacrifice summoned a projection of the tribe's ancestral luck spirit. The greater the offering, the more powerful the spirit's blessing became. Now, more than 20 quasi-saints stood ready. Their resolve wavered only for a heartbeat before they knelt, each preparing to give everything they had so that together they might overpower Ye Cheng's unknown adversary. If they pooled their strength, the surge of fortune they unleashed would be enough to drive Ye Cheng off, if it didn't outright destroy him. Yet even these quasi-saints winced at the price they'd already paid. Still, as Ye Cheng advanced with implacable calm, they steeled themselves, deciding that no matter the pain, they would sacrifice their own luck. In an instant, the flames of fortune erupted around them. From their backs, streams of violet light coalesced into a single towering torch that cast a fierce glow in every direction. An invisible wave of pressure rolled outward from the torch's heart, then gradually took shape into a towering humanoid phantom. Its features remained blurred, but the feral, menacing aura of gods and demons was unmistakable. The ancestral spirit of the god-demon clan, one of the quasi-saints whispered in awe. A projection of their fate spirit? Ye Cheng's brow furrowed. From that spectral figure, he felt a weight, a once-forgotten power, pressing down on him, and for the first time in ages, he sensed true danger on the horizon. There was no question. This god-demon phantom's power surged far beyond the rank of ordinary quasi-saints. It teetered on the very threshold of true sainthood. Even the most proficient quasi-saint would stand no chance against it. And yet, Ye Cheng felt no fear, only the steady confidence that he could still prevail. A cluster of god-demon quasi-saints hovered at the edge of the arena, their eyes blazing. One of them sneered and called down to him, "Human boy, we have seen your strength, but you are nowhere near sufficient to obliterate us. Yield now, and we may yet make terms. Refuse, and today will be your doom." Their taunt had barely faded when suddenly a radiant pillar of light detonated from the confines of the portable space shielding Ye Cheng. The brilliance twisted and coiled like a celestial dragon, its glow so fierce it seemed to scorch the air itself. Instantly, every god, demon, and quasi-saint present turned their gaze, hearts pounding. That is, their voices trailed off as they sensed, within that dragon-shaped luminescence, an extraordinary fluctuation of life force, something uncannily akin to the legendary spirit of destiny. Even Ye Cheng's lips curved in surprise. He brushed a hand through his hair and squared his shoulders, his eyes locked on the nascent phantom emerging from the divine light. Whatever that power was, it was about to tip the scales of fate. Ye Cheng's eyes suddenly gleamed, and a playful smile curved his lips. Well, they've really dug their own grave this time. He regarded the gathered gods and demons of the northern wilderness with a hint of sympathy at the supernatural glow they radiated. In truth, that brilliant light wasn't a new divine power. It was simply the outward projection of the fortune spirit belonging to Ye Cheng, and by extension, the luck spirit of the northern wilderness people. Under normal circumstances, whether in Nanshuan or in the northern wilderness, no living being's personal luck, however strong, can directly manifest the tribal fortune spirit's presence. There is, however, one exception, when a luck child stands face to face with another tribe's fortune spirit projection. Strictly speaking, all the tribal fortune spirits of the northern wilderness are facets of the northern wilderness heavenly Tao. Though each spirit favors its own people, it still upholds a broader impartiality. So if one tribe summons its fortune spirit's projection, and the opposing side happens to field a luck child whose fortune is powerful enough, that child can, in turn, call forth the projection of their own tribe's fortune spirit, without any sacrifice required. Ye Cheng grinned, knowing full well the predicament this revelation placed their adversaries in. They had unwittingly challenged not just a single deity, but an entire cosmic balance of chance. As a fairy of the northern wilderness, Ye Ruoshui's destiny rank far exceeded that of Ye Cheng. Her third-grade Phi, Rarai Fate, the fairy spirit heavenly gift, was saturated with potent luck, irresistibly drawing the spirits of fortune that permeated the northern wilderness. Such a reaction was entirely to be expected. Crack! Before the amazed eyes of the northern wilderness gods and demons, whose bloodshot stares betrayed their envy, Ye Ruoshui still hadn't fully grasped what was happening. Behind her, the luck spirit she'd summoned solidified into a living projection, a statuesque woman in flowing palace robes, every inch the empress of this world, her presence absolute and awe-inspiring. With a single, deliberate step forward, her silken skirts swirling around her, the apparition struck. The blow exploded through the void with cataclysmic force. A vast swath of empty space fractured and collapsed. Several hapless quasi-saints and demons, caught entirely off guard, were sucked into the swirling rift. In an instant, they were crushed and annihilated by the violent currents of the void, their twisted forms disintegrating amid the tumultuous collapse. Even as the echoes of destruction faded, the message was clear. Ye Ruoshui's power and the destiny she wielded stood unrivaled in the northern wilderness. Swish! In the blink of an eye, the duel between the two fate spirits was over. First, the gods and demons' spirits dissolved into nothingness, and then the human fate spirit vanished as though it had never been there. Anyone watching, however, knew better. The assembled gods and demons of the northern wilderness turned to stare at Ye Ruoshui beside Ye Cheng, their eyes wide with disbelief. As seasoned cultivators, they understood exactly how fate spirits were summoned, and until now, they'd been utterly confident, since Ye Cheng was not one of their own. They'd expected to bully this foreign cultivator from the southern Xuan divine continent without challenge. Yet here he stood, flanked by a northern wilderness fairy. How on earth did this so-called evildoer from the southern Xuan train himself? And where did he find all these allies? They seethed inwardly, tasting blood in their mouths. But there was no time left for regrets. Ye Cheng and Ye Ruoshui had already set off along the ancient road of canonization, their figures vanishing into the mist. "Run! Everybody, run!" someone finally shouted, and the northern wilderness gods and demons scattered in panic. As long as we keep running, the ancient saint road will collapse behind us. At that critical moment, the quasi-saint gods and demons at the front let out earth-shaking roars and turned to flee with the entire procession. The ancient saint road stretched all the way from the northern wilderness to southern Xuan, and its very existence depended on the cultivators from the north. The moment they placed enough distance between themselves and southern Xuan, the road would automatically retract, vanishing back to its origin in the northern wilderness. Without that lifeline, even Ye Cheng, with his sky-shattering power, couldn't cross the Chaos Sea to pursue and slaughter them. Hearing this, every god and demon immediately snapped out of their stupor. Panic seized them as they scattered, desperate to put as much space as possible between themselves and Ye Cheng. Below, the human cultivators of southern Xuan watched the scene unfold, their hearts tightening with renewed fear. Ye Ruoshui's anxious whisper cut through the charged air. "Young Master Ye Cheng, the gods and demons are slipping away." Ye Cheng gave her a calm, almost teasing smile. "Don't worry." But he didn't move to give chase. Instead, his gaze lingered on the middle span of the ancient Saint Road, where a jagged crack hovered above the Chaos Sea. Unlike the familiar realms of southern Xuan or the northern wilderness, the ancient Saint Road was woven from impossibly dense, almost tangible energy, so sturdy that not even a quasi-saint could tear its fabric. Yet here was a rift in the void itself. That fissure had first appeared when the ancient spirit of the northern wilderness human race collapsed, a phenomenon set off by Ye Ruoshui's own miraculous timing. At the time, Ye Cheng had been more interested in securing victory than in puzzling over cosmic anomalies. But as he prepared to pursue the fleeing deities and demons, a subtle resonance flickered through his mind. The havoc wrought by that collapsing spirit seemed deliberate, as if it concealed some hidden purpose. Intrigued, Ye Cheng studied the crack anew. He sensed there was more to it than met the eye, something significant waiting to be uncovered. Without a word, he stepped toward the rupture, resolved to unveil whatever lay behind its mysterious origins. Ye Cheng's figure shimmered as he burst out of the ancient path of canonization. Hovering before the jagged rift in space, he poured a beam of his own spiritual energy into the crack. Moments later, his eyes widened in astonishment. His intuition had been spot on. The spirit of humanity in the northern wilderness had not only manifested its holy protection over Ye Chen, but had also left them an extraordinary legacy, a gift beyond all expectation. Chapter 308. Beyond the rift in the void, Ye Cheng let his consciousness slip through the tear. Brilliant strands of radiant aura streamed from the crack, drawn by his intent and absorbed into his body. This aura was purer and more concentrated than any spiritual energy. He recognized it instantly as immortal spirit essence, the very substance needed to master the Taichu ancient scroll, and the ultimate tonic sought by emperors and saints alike. This void fissure had been accidentally produced by the spirit of humanity in the northern wilderness. In truth, it opened onto a hidden realm saturated with immortal spirit aura, a secret refuge clearly prepared by the spirit of humanity as a sanctuary for Ye Chen, the immortal woman. Yet Ye Cheng's eyes narrowed. This rift was far too vast to serve only one person. The secret realm it revealed stretched boundlessly in every direction, its depths brimming with the immortal spirit aura that any cultivator would die for. This crack in the void isn't meant for Ye Chen alone, he murmured. With that thought, he stepped forward, ready to claim his share of the immortal spirit that awaited within. Furthermore, Ye Cheng sensed that the secret realm was far from peaceful. Strange, monster-like creatures lurked within its depths. Although the realm's cultivation ceiling wasn't especially high, Ye Chen, who had not yet truly embarked on her own cultivation path, would face grave danger if she ventured inside. After a brief hesitation, Ye Cheng set his plan in motion. This void rift is far too narrow and unstable, he murmured. With my current realm, I can't enter, yet. He turned, lifted his hand, and summoned Gu Daoxuan and Gu Yiren to his side. Quietly focusing his spiritual power, Ye Cheng reached out and sealed the dantians of the two young disciples. Yunxi and Qingchen had already risen to the Xuanzun realm, and their extraordinary destinies placed them well beyond ordinary constraints. Ye Cheng himself could scarcely stifle their dantians. Only Gu Daoxuan and Gu Yiren, fresh practitioners in the King realm, could be subtly subdued by his technique. Ye Cheng glanced at Gu Daoxuan and Gu Yiren, still blinking with confusion, then at Aunt Ye Chen, whose hesitation was plain on her face. He spoke softly but firmly. All right, I'll set out along the ancient path of ascension. You two follow Aunt Chen through that crack in the rock and train in the secret realm beyond. It should have multiple exits, each opening into different parts of the northern wilderness of Shenzhou. We'll rendezvous out there. At the promise of a hidden realm, Gu Yiren's eyes lit up. She'd grown up on stories of Yunxi and Qingchen, those restless siblings who ventured everywhere to refine their skills, and she'd been itching to begin her own journey. A secret realm to explore? Amazing, she cried, leaping into the air. Gu Daoxuan, still startled but eager not to be outdone by his sister, brightened at the idea of real adventure. Reluctantly, Aunt Ye Chen stepped forward to lead them toward the fissure, and together the three of them slipped into the hidden world beyond, while Ye Cheng turned and headed down the ancient road, already feeling the pulse of fresh challenges ahead. Ye Cheng's strong arms held Ye Chen back, preventing her from plunging into the chasm on her own. Beside them, little Gu Daoxuan gripped Ye Cheng's sleeve with trembling fingers. He was too young and too frightened to leave. Ye Chen stood awkwardly, her heart torn. She'd been through so much already. In the northern wilderness, her own fortune had awakened the spirit of the human race, enabling her to shatter the gods' and demons' projection of luck. She knew just how precious and perilous that power could be. After a long moment of hesitation, she pressed her lips together, gathered her courage, and looked up at Ye Cheng. "Young master," she whispered, "may I ask something?" He met her gaze and inclined his head. "If I go into that secret chamber to cultivate, I'll be stronger when you return, and when I face those gods and demons again, may I stand by your side and help you kill them." The sudden fervor in her voice caught Ye Cheng off guard. For a heartbeat, he said nothing, then laughter broke free. Ye Cheng suppressed a grin at the rare, resolute look on Ye Ruoshui's face and met her eyes with a serious nod. "I'm not entirely sure what we'll find in that hidden realm," he said quietly, "but with your talent, Ruoshui, once you return, you'll be more than capable of handling whatever awaits us." He swept his arm toward the distant horizon, where gods and demons of the northern wastes fled in panic. At the head of the fleeing horde were 3 young demon lords, their faces twisted with fear. Ye Cheng's voice dropped to a low, confident rumble. "When you come back, 1 strike from you will be enough to send every last one of them to oblivion." At her master's unwavering faith, Ye Ruoshui's eyes blazed. For the first time, a fierce determination and battle lust lit up her usually gentle features. "Then I swear, master," she declared, "the moment I emerge, I will help you exterminate every single god and demon left out there." Without another word, she straightened her shoulders and stepped into the void rift. She dared not wait another second. Any hesitation might keep her from honoring her promise to Ye Cheng. And so, with nothing but a whisper of displaced air, Ye Ruoshui vanished into the crack between worlds. Little Yiren, who'd been squirming with impatience, finally lost her restraint. She grabbed Daoshuan's hand and bounced on her toes, ready to leap into the void rift. Even in her excitement, though, she knew she couldn't go without her father's permission. She glanced back at Ye Cheng, her eyes wide with silent pleading. Ye Cheng pinched the bridge of his nose and looked away, feigning indifference even as he met her gaze. With a small sigh and a resigned smile, he gave his consent. Yiren cheered and bounded forward, and Ye Cheng scooped Daoshuan into his arms, and together they slipped through the swirling portal. He lingered only long enough to salute Gu Yunxi, Gu Qingchen, and the women of his household. He would have loved to stay, but the ancient road of the saints was already knitting itself back together now that the gods and demons of the northern wilderness had fled. There was no time left to waste. Buzz! No sooner had his feet landed on the restored path than a voice rang out from the void rift. "Young master, Ruoshui has discovered something. Please accept it." Ye Cheng froze. The air around the rift rippled, and Ye Ruoshui's figure shimmered into view once more. In that moment, deep within the secret realm, sustained by the void rift, a brilliant shaft of light descended. It burst through the closing crack at the precise instant and streaked straight toward Ye Cheng. He barely had time to react before the rift sealed itself shut behind the light. Ye Cheng cupped the radiant beam in his hands, and suddenly a vision flooded his mind. He saw Ye Ruoshui, Gu Daoshuan, and Gu Yiren stepping into the hidden chamber. Before they could even assess their surroundings, a stream of light had materialized before Ye Ruoshui and settled gently into her palms. Although she hadn't formally begun her cultivation over the past 6 months, Ye Ruoshui had diligently studied every principle, every technique. In the instant she recognized the beam's true nature, she channeled it back through the void rift, sending it across the boundary to the young master. As Ye Cheng's consciousness merged with the light, the treasure it enclosed came into sharp focus. A rush of astonishment and gratitude filled him. This gift, born on the edge of a collapsing realm, was more precious than he could have imagined. This reward was meant for her, specifically prepared by the northern wild's spirit of the human Tao. Yet here it is, in my hands. Ye Cheng tightened his grip on the shimmering seed. He had in his possession the Taichu Ancient Scroll, a legendary immortal scripture capable of elevating its bearer to an immortal, or even a great immortal, without suffering a single tribulation. All that stood between him and true immortality was a spirit essence, and the spirit of the human Tao had granted him precisely that, a fairy spirit seed. This tiny orb of condensed immortal energy was priceless. Even those who had already broken through to the immortal realm would covet such a treasure. A single drop of its essence could save thousands of years of cultivation effort. Yet Ye Cheng's conscience pricked him. The reward had been intended for the young maid who had earned it. Still, he could not simply return it now. His own cultivation hung in the balance. Perhaps he could absorb this seed, strengthen himself, then one day procure an even greater boon to make amends. Resolute, he drew a breath and unleashed his spiritual energy. The fairy spirit seed dissolved into a radiant beam of light, entering his dantian. Instantly, waves of pure immortal spirit surged through his meridians, accelerating his cultivation far beyond anything he had ever achieved. As the sacred energy settled in his body, Ye Cheng closed his eyes, determined to master this gift and to repay the debt he owed. Ye Cheng drew in a steady breath, then closed his eyes and activated the Taichu ancient scroll. He meant to draw out the fairy spirit within it, using its immortal essence to temper his body. He scarcely had time to brace himself before a surge of pure, radiant energy, like a gale of starlight, rushed into him. Immediately, a shimmering mist spread across his Taoist bones, coating each marrow in soft luminescence. Faint Tao runes winked into existence on their surfaces, radiating subtle power that seeped inward, reshaping and elevating every cell it touched. The transformation was far from finished, but already Ye Cheng felt his entire being hum with newfound potential. His heart pounded in disbelief. According to the Taichu Ancient Scroll's own records, forging this kind of bond, even with abundant immortal energy, normally demands a decade of unremitting cultivation. Not even someone blessed with a chaotic constitution and multiple heavenly fates could achieve it in less than a year or two. Yet here he was, accomplishing in seconds what should have taken him years. Ye Cheng's heart swelled with disbelief. Just a moment's focused effort, and he'd broken through to a whole new plane of power? He inhaled deeply, then let his gaze slide down the length of the ancient saint-granting path to the boiling expanse below, the Chaos Sea. Once a graveyard for all who dared enter, its roiling waves had threatened to snuff out his life. Now that crushing menace had nearly vanished. He wasn't yet free to roam those depths at will. But with his immortal spirit awakened and his body strengthened, mere survival and even steady progress across the Chaos Sea was no longer out of reach. In fact, Ye Cheng realized that cultivating within that turbulent realm could accelerate his growth even further. The external pressure of the sea would drive his immortal spirit to generate energy more rapidly, cutting the time needed to refine his immortal body by leaps and bounds. Buzz! A faint vibration hummed behind him, yanking Ye Cheng sharply out of his reverie. The ancient path of the Saint Bestower thrummed with a low vibration as the starlight that sustained it peeled away, streaming back toward the northern desert. Those shimmering threads of light now licked at Ye Cheng's boots, proof of just how desperately the gods, demons, and quasi-saints were racing north. Even with forbidden weapons boosting their power, none could shatter the path's space barrier. Otherwise, they'd have vanished to untold distances by now, not merely gained a few tens of thousands of miles in under 15 minutes. Ye Cheng shook his head, a wry smile tugging at his lips. He fixed his gaze on the fleeing figures, eyes alight with anticipation. Run all you like. Perfect. I've been wondering just how far my body has come. He spoke, then in a single fluid motion broke, his palm down with a sharp crack. A gale of wind roared out from his strike, tearing through the thinning corridor of starlight. Ye Cheng didn't hesitate. In the blink of an eye, he rent open the fabric of the void before him and stepped through the widening tier. A heartbeat later, he reappeared directly in the path of the fleeing gods and demons of the northern wilderness. They'd been scrambling for their lives, intent only on reaching the safety of their homeland and warning everyone of his approach. When they glanced back and saw no pursuer, relief washed over them. Maybe Ye Cheng simply couldn't follow. Perhaps he'd given up the chase after all. But just as hope began to bloom in their hearts, the air behind them rippled. With a crackling roar, the void split open once more. Before any of them could cry out, Ye Cheng emerged like a wraith. He raised his fist, and with the force of a demon god's wrath, he slammed it into the nearest quasi-saint, an amalgam of deity and demon. The impact detonated the creature in a spray of ethereal energy. Damn it! What kind of monster is this? One horrified disciple of the gods shouted. This is the ancient path to sainthood. He shouldn't be able to tear through the void here. A dozen quasi-saints whirled toward Ye Cheng, eyes blazing with shock and fury. They could scarcely believe what had just happened, but there was no time for disbelief. The chase resumed in an instant, and this time, few gods or demons would live to tell the tale. The demigods of Snow Phoenix Mountain and Blazing Sky Valley reacted in an instant. They cried out together, "Hold nothing back, Unleash your forbidden weapons and reclaim your strength. At their command, topaz gourds, ancient spirit pendants, and the broken sword tore through the void, their flames converging overhead to form a shimmering dome that severed all senses of heaven and earth. Bathed in the weapon's arcane aura, each warrior's quasi-saint power finally blossomed to its fullest, igniting their fury and restoring their confidence. Turning toward Ye Cheng, they bristled with murderous intent. "Boy, you dare pursue me? Such arrogance will be your downfall." A thunderous roar split the air as the quasi-saint god-demon of Snow Phoenix Mountain shed its mortal guise. There, in all its terrifying glory, hovered a colossal snow phoenix, its wings spanning nearly 1,000 feet, its vast, mountain-like form exuding an overwhelming sense of dread. Each razor-sharp claw gleamed with spiritual light as the beast dove toward Ye Cheng, intent on tearing him apart. "Seize that beast and behead him! His blood will sanctify the sacrifice to my young master's heroic spirit." With a thunderous roar, the quasi-saint of the Silver Snow Demon Clan, already bested once by the young lord of Snow Phoenix Mountain, shed his disguise and grew into a towering snow giant. Each of his fists was like a boulder, and when he crashed down toward Ye Cheng, the very air around him crackled and splintered under the weight of his descent. "Silence!" Ye Cheng's voice was calm, his gaze unwavering. In that instant, he moved. Faster than lightning, he darted through the mass of gods and demons, never once drawing his spirit sword. Instead, he struck with bare fists, a display not of brute force but of perfected swordsmanship. Each blow hummed with the resonance of the Tao, each punch as sharp and precise as a blade forged in the heavens. Then, in the blink of an eye, blood sprayed across the battlefield. A chorus of agonized howls rose up from both gods and demons alike as Ye Cheng's divine edge cut through the fray. Ye Cheng stood motionless amid the swirling chaos, his calm aura a stark contrast to the carnage around him. Even the gods and demons, each armed with forbidden weapons and unleashing their full might, proved utterly helpless. With a single, thunderous strike, he shattered their defenses as though they were mere clay statues. First came the Snow Phoenix, its brilliant wings blazing with icy fire as it dove for him. But Ye Cheng met its assault without hesitation. His fist drove straight into its dantian, rupturing the creature's life core in an instant. The phoenix's body went limp, tumbling into the sea of chaos below, where it froze solid before shattering into a million glittering shards. Next, he turned his gaze to the towering snow giant, a quasi-saint in his own right, late stage no less, and of the proud gods and demons race. This behemoth had once intimidated even the greatest human saints of the northern wilderness. Now, however, the giant found himself in midair, helpless before Ye Cheng's unerring punch. The strike unleashed a killing force so devastating it literally tore the giant's body apart, erupting into a crimson mist that vanished between heaven and earth. Within heartbeats, the battlefield fell eerily silent. Over 20 quasi-saint adversaries lay scattered, obliterated by Ye Cheng's unstoppable fists. Only 3 god and demon young masters remained, hovering warily at the edge of destruction, uncertain whether to flee or face the legend before them. They stared at Ye Cheng with wide, terrified eyes, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. "Mercy, please," the young master of Lingbo Island gasped, his strength draining away. Like a wounded serpent, he slumped to the ground at Ye Cheng's feet, voice quivering with panic. The young master of Shuang Mountain didn't beg aloud, but his actions spoke louder than words. With a heavy thud, he knelt, forehead nearly brushing the earth. Only the young master of Chitian still wore a mask of defiance, yet even his posture had grown hesitant under Ye Cheng's cold, level stare. In their short time in Nanshuan, these 3 scions of gods and demons had left a trail of death in their wake. Ye Cheng felt no sympathy for them now. Sensing he was about to strike, the trio's desperation turned to fury. Young Master Chitian ground his teeth. "If you leave us no choice," he spat, "then we'll perish together." With a snarl, he produced a jade pendant from his robes and crushed it in his palm, the jade shattering like glass. The other 2 young masters didn't hesitate. In unison, they crushed the jade pendants in their hands, laughter echoing like midnight owls. Boom! The sound of shattering jade spread through the air. Far ahead, the ancient path of consecration, once arcing gracefully toward the northern wilderness in a bridge of starlit rainbow, quivered and broke apart. Great swaths of light dissolved into nothingness, swallowed by the void. Even the section of the path beneath Ye Cheng's feet trembled violently. The three heirs, scions of both divine and demonic clans, stood united, their wild laughter ringing in Ye Cheng's ears. They locked eyes on him, searching for panic or regret. "These jade pendants were gifts from our elders," one young master declared, holding up the fractured shards. "They're the very anchors of this sacred road." A second heir added, "This path lies beyond ordinary law. It's reinforced by our clan's forbidden weapons, these pendants themselves." As they spoke, the third heir crushed his last fragment and let it fall. Now that the pendants are broken, the seal is undone, the forbidden weapons vanish, and soon the entire world will tremble. The ancient path of canonization shuddered beneath their feet, a crumbling relic scorned by gods and mortals alike. Chunks of rock tumbled into the void, and at its heart, three scions of divine and demonic blood laughed madly. "Insect," snarled Chidian young master, his eyes alight with cruel delight. "Your talent is impressive, human, but here, you die with us." With a single, mocking cheer, the three hurled themselves off the collapsing stoneway. They expected to see Ye Cheng's face twist with terror as he plummeted alongside them into the yawning Chaos Sea, its eternal depths waiting to swallow every last spark of life. But Ye Cheng did not panic. His posture remained calm, his gaze oddly steady. Only a faint quiver in his dark eyes hinted at any emotion, and it was not fear. It was almost playing God to "the end?" Chitian spat, enjoying the moment of triumph. Yet before his words had fully formed, his laughter died on his lips. Time seemed to stall. The two young masters beside him blinked, disbelieving. Ye Cheng hung motionless in midair, as though the world had paused for him alone. Then, in a flash of brilliance, he blurred into a stream of golden light, streaking past the three stunned heirs. They watched, mouths agape, as that luminous figure plunged ahead, propelled not by gravity but by will, straight toward the gaping maw of the Chaos Sea. Silence fell. Their victory, once so certain, lay shattered in the void. In the next instant, a vision seared itself into their memories, one they would carry to their graves. The three young masters of gods and demons watched in helpless horror as Ye Cheng stood upon the swirling Chaos Sea, torrents of chaos chi pouring down around him. But instead of shrieking in agony or collapsing under its savage power, he appeared perfectly at ease, as if he were merely walking through a quiet courtyard. With deliberate calm, he lifted his foot and began to traverse the churning energy, heading steadily toward the northern wastelands. He was literally crossing the Chaos Sea. This can't be real," young Master Chidian wailed, his voice breaking with terror. Before any of them could react further, the primal chaos chi surged upward, sweeping over all three. In a single blinding flash, they were consumed, annihilated into ash by the very force they had underestimated. Chapter 309. The Northern Wilderness Divine Continent is divided into 13 major realms. Of them, the most remote is the Wilderness Realm, which runs along the southern edge of the continent and, from its highest peaks, even looks down upon the Chaos Sea. But despite its lofty vantage point, the Wilderness Realm is a barren wasteland. Since the Great World opened over 20 years ago, the land has never been suffused with spiritual energy, and only a few hardy souls eke out an existence there. Yet on this quiet afternoon, in that forsaken place, something unimaginable occurred. A lone figure plummeted out of the sky. There were no cultivators nearby to witness it. If there had been, they would have thought they'd seen a ghost. For this was no ordinary descent. The man had not fallen from a cloud. He had leapt across the vast chaos that churns beyond the divine continent itself. The Chaos Sea is a realm of sheer destruction. Its roiling mists can crush mountains, split rivers, and turn even the mightiest saint pale with fear. No one in their right mind enters that forbidden zone. And yet, here he was, Ye Cheng, flung from the heart of chaos and landing in a land long thought empty and desolate. Ye Cheng finally set foot on solid ground after an entire year traversing the Chaos Sea. The instant his boots touched the earth, a profound sense of stability washed over him, and he let out a long, satisfied sigh. He drew his awareness inward and examined the transformations within his body. All 365 of his Tao bones had been reforged into immortal bones, each suffused with a soft, unearthly radiance. His meridians had cleared and brightened, translucent as the finest jade, and now pulsing with divine light, true immortal veins. That year of trials under the sea's crushing pressure had accomplished more than a century of ordinary cultivation. By pressing deeply on the immortal spirit seed in his body, he'd extracted 50 to 60% of its essence, finally perfecting his immortal bones and veins. Only one task remained, opening an immortal orifice capable of channeling spiritual power. Once he unlocked the remaining 108 immortal spiritual acupoints, his Taichu immortal body would achieve genuine, minor success. Yet to break through that final barrier, he would need the aid of Daozun-level spiritual power. Ye Cheng clenched his fists, determination blazing in his eyes. Even with a chaotic body, his condensation wasn't yet strong enough. He had to break through into the Emperor realm. In fact, by all rights, his cultivation should have carried him into the Xuan Emperor tier long ago. But Ye Cheng refused to rush the process. Before ascending, he wanted to gather as many Dao seeds as possible, to forge a truly unshakable foundation. In Nanxuan, Dao seeds were rarer than phoenix feathers. In Beihuang, they were markedly easier to come by. He gazed out at the unfamiliar lands of Beihuang with eager anticipation. The great world here had only been restored for just over 20 years, yet spiritual energy already saturated every inch of soil, and even this seemingly barren ground brimmed with more potency than all of Nanxuan. One day's cultivation here equaled 10 days back home. This place is a cultivator's dream, he thought, a small smile tugging at his lips. Divine treasures will surely appear more often, though the competition will be fierce. He let that thought sit a moment, then turned toward the horizon, ready to seize every opportunity that Beihuang would offer. Ye Cheng hovered at the edge of the northern wilderness, eyes narrowed in determination. This was exactly why he had crossed the Chaos Sea, to uncover the secrets hidden in these untamed lands. But before he could strike, he needed a clearer picture of the power balance here. The rival strongholds of Chitian Valley, Snow Phoenix Mountain, and Lingbo Island, along with their vassal tribes. He was certain that all three were already wringing their hands in regret, unable to fathom who or what had just arrived. Just as he was lost in thought, a soft humming filled the air. Ye Cheng's body tingled as a mysterious aura surged upward, coalescing before him into a radiant scroll. He staggered back in surprise. "The Heavenly Destiny Scroll?" he whispered. He'd long since mastered the Heavenly Destiny Atlas, a unique fate manipulation technique that could evolve and empower the Heavenly Destiny Scroll, binding it to the fortunes of the Southern Xuan human race. But upon entering the northern wilderness, all traces of Southern Xuan's celestial blessings had faded. At first, Ye Cheng had been disappointed, until now. The scroll before him pulsed with new energy, as though the Atlas itself had adapted to these alien lands. A thrill ran through him. Had fate itself opened a door here, in the heart of the northern wilderness? Just as Ye Cheng was beginning to puzzle over the scroll's strange energy, a sharp swish cut through the air. Before him, where the Heavenly Destiny Scroll had hovered moments ago, a breathtaking vision took shape. A colossal, 100-foot tripod, its iron surface alive with swirling purple light. From its 3 splayed legs to its looming rim, it radiated solemn majesty. Beneath that divine glow, scores of human champions knelt and offered worship, as if this were their holiest shrine. All around them, representatives of countless other races pressed forward, desperate to glimpse or even touch the tripod's power. Yet a barrier of pure violet radiance kept the aliens at bay, honoring only those of the human line. Then, in a flash of brilliant purple, the tripod released its charge. The energy rippled outward like a cleansing tide, dispelling every phantom and illusion the alien races had conjured. In an instant, the battlefield lay empty, but for its human defenders, the tripod's light shining ever brighter above them. At that moment, understanding struck Ye Cheng like a bolt of lightning. This was the true form of the Heavenly Destiny Scroll, the record of heaven's destiny, bestowed upon him by the southern mysterious realm. And it was not merely a talisman for rallying mortals of his own world. No, the scroll was siphoning the very fortune of humankind itself, concentrating their collective luck into a single, awe-inspiring treasure. Ye Cheng's eyes gleamed with renewed purpose. With the heavenly destiny scroll, he could draw upon the hidden luck of every human being, Nanshuan's people and beyond, and marshal their fate as his own. In the vast expanse of the northern wilderness, the storied heavenly luck scroll holds a secret power. It can be transmuted into the purple chi cauldron of all living beings. This legendary vessel nourishes humanity's rise while subjugating every other race, an imperial mandate of the northern wilderness and the very destiny that now awaits Ye Cheng. Just as he once did in Nanshuan, expanding his clan, recruiting prodigies and warriors of unparalleled skill, earning both the devotion of his own people and the dread of rival gods and demons, every triumph, every soul subdued, becomes fuel for the cauldron's evolution. The reverence and worship he inspires among the northern wilderness humans, the terror he stirs across demonkind, all these victories fortify the purple chi cauldron, enhancing Ye Cheng's fortune in this harsh land. Discovering this hidden synergy felt like fate's own gift. More than that, forging the purple chi cauldron will harmonize his personal luck, spiritual might, and consciousness with the heavenly way of the northern wilderness. The estrangement he once felt toward this world will vanish, replaced by an unbreakable bond. At the thought of it, Ye Cheng's heart thrilled with anticipation. Ye Cheng wasted no time. He settled into a perfect lotus position and began his cultivation at once. Streams of qi poured into his dantian, weaving together with his spiritual energy and the consciousness in his spirit sea. As they interacted, the faint shape of a tiny cauldron formed at the very center of his dantian. During this forging process, both his dantian and spirit sea were tightly sealed, cutting him off from spiritual energy and mental perception. Yet Ye Cheng remained completely untroubled. Although he stood only at the perfect Daozun level, his mastery of consciousness far exceeded that of most emperor-rank cultivators. Even with his awareness confined, his sensory reach dwarfed an ordinary emperor's by leagues, and the temporary loss of spiritual power hardly concerned him. His immortal body was 70% perfected, far from complete, yet already terrifically powerful. To a typical emperor-level opponent, Ye Cheng's physical strength was like a mountain crushing an ant. A single strike, and they would be utterly destroyed. Ye Cheng had already perfected the saint stage and consumed the primordial essence, leaving even a quasi-saint powerless to threaten him with the heavenly tribulation of mortals. He need not fear any regression in his cultivation, no matter how fierce the backlash. Yet there was one obstacle he still faced, the full transformation of his luck. "How long until my fortune is fully forged?" he asked. Without the innate destiny boost granted by the Nanshuan humans, he wondered how swiftly he could refine his own luck. "At most a day or two," came the confident reply. Buoyed by that assurance, Ye Cheng threw himself into the process without hesitation. But time flowed faster than he anticipated. Days slipped into weeks, and before he realized it, a full month had passed. Wandering across the barren wastes, he paused to examine his dantian. The purple chi cauldron of all living beings had indeed swelled. Once under 10 feet in diameter, it now exceeded 30, a 30-fold increase in mere weeks. Yet despite its impressive growth, the breakthrough in his luck cultivation was barely halfway there. Ye Cheng's lips twitched in exasperation. So stubborn, his fortune was proving far more obstinate than he'd expected. He pressed a hand to his forehead, a rare show of helplessness crossing his features. Just as he was about to resume his meditations, a deafening roar shattered the silence of the plains, vibrating through the ground and sending ripples of qi into the sky. A thunderous roar echoed from the depths of the vast swamp nearby. In the next instant, a 100-foot crocodile dragon burst forth, charging straight at Ye Cheng. Even at a glance, the beast's pressure was overwhelming, clearly a Xuanzun-level creature. Its body was sheathed in dark green scales, its fangs razor-sharp, exuding a bone-chilling menace. Yet in Ye Cheng's eyes, there was only cool contempt. He had crossed paths with far more fearsome beasts along his journey. All his spiritual power and divine thought were currently bound up in condensing the purple chi cauldron of all living beings, so he gave off no aura, simply appearing as an unremarkable mortal. But that facade could fool few who truly knew him. "Of all people," he muttered under his breath, lips curling in amusement, Tianlian Shenkui finally takes a break, only to run into this blind oaf. With that, he raised a hand, fingertips glowing faintly with condensed energy, as he prepared to annihilate the crocodile dragon in a single strike. Just then, a clear, lilting voice rang out from above, cutting through the tension like a blade. Where did this evil beast come from? How dare you harm innocents here? Are you seeking your own death? Boom! A flash of deep blue sword chi cut through the air like a comet. Before Ye Cheng could even draw breath, it slammed into the crocodile dragon, cleaving the beast cleanly in two. From the distance strode a cultivator dressed in white. Her slender waist and long, graceful legs gave her an almost regal bearing, and her expression was cool and composed. As she approached and caught sight of Ye Cheng, surprise flickered in her eyes. "Fellow Taoist," she called out, her voice both clear and concerned, "are you hurt?" Chapter 310. Luo Li's eyes widened in surprise. This wasteland was anything but peaceful. Although the region bordered the Chaos Sea and its spiritual veins ran thin, the scattered chaos energy that seeped through was enough to spur monstrous growth. Beasts like the crocodile dragon they'd just slain, many of them Xuanzun level, thrived here, and rumors spoke of even Tianzun level creatures prowling farther south toward the Chaos Sea. Given the danger, anyone venturing here alone would have to be a formidable cultivator. Luo Li had assumed that Ye Cheng, standing calmly by the fallen dragon's carcass, possessed at least Saint Emperor strength, if not Xuanzun. Yet when she finished off the beast and refocused her senses on him, she detected nothing. No aura, no ripple of spiritual energy. If not for his commanding presence, he could have been mistaken for an ordinary mortal who'd lost his way in the wilderness. That realization stunned her, but once she'd collected herself, Luo Li began to see Ye Cheng's true nature more clearly and understood why he remained such an enigma. It must have been a Xuanzun Taoist who ventured to the far reaches of the wilds in search of treasure, only to run into a hulking beast and be gravely wounded. Ye Cheng's heart skipped at Luo Li's words. In an instant, he saw why she had mistaken him for one of those Xuanzun practitioners. After a brief moment's hesitation, he bowed his head and offered a polite nod. Since their meeting was purely accidental, he didn't press the matter or correct her judgment. "Thank you for your help," he said simply. He paused, as if considering his next words, then slipped his hand into a pouch at his waist. From within, he drew out a single, deep purple spirit blossom, the very flower that Tianlian Shenkui had gathered when he shielded Ye Cheng from those relentless Xuanzun beasts. Though its healing properties were modest, the blossom's rare elegance and delicate aroma made it a prized keepsake. Now, Ye Cheng presented it as a token of his gratitude. After more than a month alone in the wilderness, encountering any other living soul was a stroke of luck. As he extended the spirit flower to Luo Li, he also hoped to learn from her the lay of the land, where exactly they stood, the broader geography of the northern wild continent, and any other knowledge that might guide him on his journey. Luo Li's eyes widened the moment she recognized the vial in Ye Cheng's hand. "Is that Xuanling Qinghe?" Ye Cheng inclined his head. "Indeed." "This isn't an ordinary spirit herb," Luo Li whispered, awestruck. "Xuanling Qinghe only grows along the edge of the Chaos Sea, nourished by pure chaos qi. Even a Daozun cultivator could use it to refine his consciousness and expand his spirit sea. Among venerable grade medicines, it's one of the rarest treasures in existence." She reached out as if to take it back. "I can't accept this. You must have risked your life to obtain it. Please, take it back." He offered her a faint, reassuring smile. "Please, keep it. This isn't just a gift of thanks. I have questions about these lands." Luo Li paused, eyes flicking between his calm expression and the precious herb in her palm. "Questions." Ye Cheng hesitated, then spoke in a low, steady voice. "I'm not a cultivator from this realm. I was brought here by a disturbance in time and space." Her astonishment melted into curiosity. After a thoughtful moment, she nodded. "In that case, why don't you stay at our academy for a while? We can help you uncover what happened, and in return, you can tell me everything about Xuanling Qinghe." "If you're looking for answers, you'll find them far more readily there," Luo Li said. "Besides, Luotian Academy has its own spiritual domain. It's the best place to heal your injuries, far more efficient than leaving you stranded in the wilderness. After all, it wasn't in vain that you sent me that lotus. A spiritual domain? Luotian Academy? Ye Cheng's brow rose at the unfamiliar terms. He folded his hands respectfully. Very well, if you would be so kind as to lead the way. It's no trouble at all, Luo Li replied with a warm smile. Now that we face rising threats across all the races, the human Taoists must stand together. Accepting the spiritual flower, Luo Li deactivated the escape light and motioned for Ye Cheng to rise. Side by side, they soared toward the distant towers of Luotian Academy. En route, Luo Li filled him in on the northern wilderness. Unlike southern Xuanzhenzhou, where over 8,000 realms sprawl in every direction, this frontier was immense, yet divided into only 13 great territories. Spanning the equivalent of 1 to 2,000 Shenzhou realms, a great realm's territory is staggeringly vast. At this moment, Ye Cheng and his companions found themselves in the Wild Realm, one of the 13 great realms of the northern wilderness. Like every corner of that untamed expanse, the Wild Realm teemed with thousands of distinct races. Among them, the Moon Spirit Clan, the Barbarian God Race, the Green Dragon Tribe, and several other powerhouse races enjoyed the highest prestige. Humans, by comparison, were only a mid-tier and often looked down upon as a lower-tier race. Luo Li's tone grew solemn as she spoke. Before the Great World Gates opened, this hierarchy scarcely touched us venerables. But now, with the Great World's contests growing ever fiercer, even we cannot remain aloof. As head of the Luotian Academy, which answered to the Yingyu Divine Dynasty, Luo Li carried the burden of recent history on her shoulders. The dynasty's late emperor had fallen in battle against one of the foreign prodigy's guardian elders during the tumultuous rise of the Great World. With no sovereign to rally around, the Yingyu Divine Dynasty had nearly disintegrated in the ensuing power vacuum. Fortunately, the appearance of the Yingyu Empress secured the stability of the Yingyu Divine Dynasty. Whenever Luo Li spoke of her, his voice brimmed with admiration. If she hadn't been born, our dynasty would have collapsed long ago. Without her imperial protection, these lands would already belong to foreign races. Even if humanity had managed to survive, we'd be driven from our homes and forced to live at the mercy of others. Luo Li's expression darkened as he thought of humanity's struggle on the frontier. Every race now vied for supremacy, producing one prodigy after another, whose talents outshone the last. None were more formidable than the Moon Spirit Clan and the Barbarian God Clan. Not only did the Moon Spirit Queen and the Barbarian God Lord stand at the pinnacle of the frontier in the Holy Realm, their descendants shone just as brightly. Ye Cheng was hailed by the Barbarian God Lord as the clan's unparalleled prodigy. So long as he survived, nothing would keep him from attaining sainthood. At the same time, Luo Li, princess of the Moon Spirit Clan, had only just reconnected with her ancestral bloodline and unlocked its primordial power. Her talent was so extraordinary that in just over 20 years of cultivation, she'd already climbed to the very peak of the Saint Venerable realm, poised on the threshold of the Taoist Venerable realm at any moment. By contrast, the human world's strongest frontier sect, the Tianyuan Holy Dynasty, looked meager indeed. Its princes and princesses struggled merely to secure a place on the Wilderness Young Talents list. Few even broke the top 30, and none dared claim a spot among the top 10. Luo Li's eyes glistened with frustration as she cast her gaze downward. Sensing her pain, Ye Cheng reached out to comfort her. Luo Li, don't think so little of yourself. I've seen your strength and your potential. In time, you can rise through those rankings just as well as anyone. She forced a bitter laugh and shook her head. Please, spare me the encouragement. My talent. She trailed off, her voice barely above a whisper, betraying the self-doubt that haunted her despite her remarkable achievements in the Xuanzun realm. Ye Cheng offered her a steady, reassuring smile. Your gift is undeniable. Give it time, and you'll prove to everyone, yourself included, just how brilliant you truly are. Luo Li looked up, meeting his gaze. For the first time that day, a flicker of genuine determination sparked behind her eyes. Though the path before her remained fraught with doubt and fierce competition, she would not give up, not when she had such a steadfast ally at her side. Luo Li was barely in her 20s, exactly the same generation as Ye Cheng, and yet her cultivation level already marked her as a prodigy. Across the entire northern wilderness, few could rival her. Still, Luoli understood her own limitations. Before breaking into the Xuanzun realm, she had fancied herself a genius destined to help humanity carve out a foothold in this wild frontier. Over time, however, she let that dream slip away. My potential ran dry the moment I entered Xuanzun, she confessed with a soft sigh. Reaching Tianzun in this lifetime will be my greatest achievement. Indeed, before her ascension, her progress had been remarkably swift. But the moment she crossed that threshold, her rate of advancement slowed to a crawl. Nearly 10 years had passed, and she remained stuck in the early stage of Xuanzun. Even if her combat strength could rival late-stage Xuanzuns, or even low-tier Tianzuns, what good would it do? Seeing the wistful expression on Luoli's face, Ye Cheng couldn't help but smile. Ye Cheng said little, but he'd already resolved in his heart to spend time later concocting a transformative pill for Luoli, one that would accelerate the full awakening of her physique. He had glimpsed her destined path and knew her innate gift was extraordinary. She truly possessed a 7th-rank gold Tianyue body, also called the Heavenly Moon Body. Inheritors of the Heavenly Moon Body are born with a supreme legacy encoded in their flesh. The moment they break through into the venerable realm, that legacy begins to stir. Once their physique is fully restored, their cultivation speed soars exponentially. Even more remarkable, they can awaken the legendary tie-in treasure technique, one fragment of the tie-in great supernatural power. Among the 3,000 great powers of humankind, the tie-in and sun great supernatural powers rank firmly in the top 10. Sadly, these two mighty arts were lost to the mists of ancient history, yet if one's comprehension was profound enough, it was said the fragment could be expanded to restore the full tie-in great supernatural power. Ye Cheng was determined. Luoli's potential was too rare to leave to chance. He would refine that pill and give her every advantage possible on the long road ahead. However, the tie-in treasure technique awakened within Luoli's body could even reverse convert that quarter of supernatural energy. On this alone, her future achievements were bound to be extraordinary. Ye Cheng found himself intrigued by the tie-in great supernatural power, and if he could subdue this northern wilderness human prodigy, he would dramatically accelerate the tempering efficiency of his purple chi cauldron of all living beings. On the horizon, the outline of Luotian Academy gradually took shape. Ye Cheng's gaze swept over its graceful pavilions and soaring towers, drifted past courtyards strewn with withered blossoms, and finally settled on the Academy's innermost quarter, the spirit land where spiritual energy surged toward the sky. He narrowed his eyes. A flash of lightning sparked in his gaze. Though his consciousness was fully engaged in refining life essences within the purple chi cauldron, his perception, far surpassing that of an ordinary Emperor Realm cultivator, still sensed something remarkable. Deep beneath the spirit land, at its farthest edge, lay a seed-like spiritual light, quietly slumbering and transforming. Ye Cheng couldn't yet discern the full nature of the strange spiritual seed in his hand, but he recognized it at a glance. This was precisely the auxiliary treasure he'd been searching for to shatter the barrier into the Emperor Realm, the fabled Road Seed. The northern wilderness truly is rich beyond imagination, he murmured, feeling the seed's latent power thrumming beneath his fingertips. At that moment, Luoli's voice rang out beside him, brimming with excitement and disbelief. In her palm glowed a communication talisman, freshly activated by the good news she just received. Senior Taoist, I told you the human clan in my domain was on the decline, that genuine prodigies were all but gone, but everything has changed. Her eyes sparkled as she met his gaze. A peerless genius has just been born among us. She paused for dramatic effect, then continued, I've just gotten word from the Divine Dynasty's capital. His Majesty has updated the wilderness list. A new name has risen to the very top, and it belongs to a member of our human race. Ye Cheng's heart leapt at her words. In all his years of cultivation, nothing matched the thrill of a breakthrough, or the prospect of witnessing a true prodigy claiming his place on the wilderness list. Though he still had much to learn about the road seed in his palm, one thing was certain: the northern wilderness was about to be set ablaze. Despite having accomplished nothing, the great sects that maintain the wilderness list still placed him in the 10th spot the moment he was born. His name is Ye Cheng. Chapter 311, Gu Yiren? Luoli's voice trembled with excitement. The moment she spoke the name, her eyes lit up with pure admiration, so much so that Ye Cheng felt a ripple of tension tighten his shoulders. He forced himself to stay calm and asked, "Did the message say what she looks like?" Luoli shook her head, her face brightening even further. "No, only that Miss Gu Yiren is extremely young." Hearing those words, Luoli's reverence grew unmistakable. She clearly believed this Miss Gu Yiren to be the coming savior of humanity in the wildlands. Ye Cheng rubbed the back of his neck, a smile tugging at his lips. There could be no mistake. This must be his own daughter. He had long suspected that his children and Yi Ruoshui would achieve fame even before birth, but he never imagined his baby girl would already be renowned the moment she took her first breath. A swell of pride rose in his chest as he watched Luoli's icy reserve begin to melt into awe. Indeed, it seemed that the promise of Gu Yiren's extraordinary youth was enough to turn any skeptic into a devoted admirer. Ye Cheng felt a flush of embarrassment and chose not to elaborate. He laughed it off. "Once I secure this Dao seed, I'll head to the major sects behind the wild list and see what I can learn about Yiren." With that resolve, he followed Luoli into the deepest reaches of the Academy's spirit vein cultivation grounds, a hidden realm where ambient spiritual energy was at its strongest. Stopping beside a serene pool of flowing qi, Luoli pressed a small talisman into his palm. "Rest and recover here," she instructed. "If you need anything, use this talisman to summon me." She bowed politely and slipped away without another word. Left alone, Ye Cheng wasted no time. Though his injuries were mild, he knew that the more completely he immersed himself in the purple qi cauldron of all living beings, the greater his gains would be. In this spirit vein domain, locating and extracting Dao seeds was remarkably efficient. Even minimal spiritual sensing was enough to probe the ether for their telltale signatures. Day after day, he sat within the cauldron's violet glow, refining his body and spirit in tandem. Under the constant infusion of primeval qi, his cultivation surged forward. Before he knew it, more than a month had slipped by. Ye Cheng had almost pieced together everything about the Dao seed, and what he discovered only fueled his curiosity. This particular Dao seed, an elemental fire Dao seed, rested at the far end of the spiritual land, in a sector Luoli had formally designated as off-limits. A scorching aura permeated the air there. Flames of condensed spiritual energy danced atop every boulder and curled through every fissure. Ordinary disciples of Luotian Academy, most of whom only cultivated to the tribulation realm, couldn't approach without suffering grievous burns. Even those in the king and emperor realms found the heat intolerable. Only someone of Xuanzun rank, like Luoli himself, could venture inside for brief periods. But without constant spiritual power shielding, even he risked injury from the lingering tribulation-level fire spirits that roamed the sealed precinct. Yet it was precisely because of this blazing Dao seed that the spiritual land beyond its perimeter brimmed with exceptional fire energy. Streams of residual power radiated outward, enriching the cultivation potential for many hopeful disciples, provided they stayed safely beyond the restricted zone. For Ye Cheng, the allure of a fire Dao seed was irresistible. His fascination with all things flame-born went back to the moment he unlocked his very first innate fate after acquiring the system. Not the Chaos Sword body as many assumed, but the green fire pill body, a rare, gold-grade fate that Qingchen had returned to him. Since then, nothing stirred his blood more than the prospect of harnessing fire's essence at its purest source. Now, standing at the edge of the forbidden barrier, Ye Cheng steeled himself. If he could chart a path to that seed, overcome he Inferno, outwit Luoli's wards, and tame the tribulation fire lurking within, it would mark the next great leap in his cultivation journey, and he was ready to risk everything to claim it. Ye Cheng's progress in alchemy had always been exceptional, especially now that he had the green lotus heart flame to fuel his experiments. Yet as his cultivation advanced, even a fire-natured destiny began to feel limiting. If I can assimilate this Dao seed, he thought, eyes narrowing, I ought to be able to elevate my fire element again, refine it into something far more potent. The primordial seed, however, was still in the midst of its own transformation. It would be some time before it reached full maturity. Luckily, its precise location was securely locked away, so Ye Cheng's only task was to wait patiently. He wasn't concerned about the spiritual land growing depleted once the seed was removed. Simple formation arrays could draw fresh ether into the area, and if necessary, he could even redirect additional spirit veins to replenish the flow. Just as he was planning his next moves, a sudden streak of light arcs down from the distant entrance of the mystical grounds. At once, scholars and novices from Luotian Academy paused in their tracks, eyes turning toward the unexpected flash. When they recognized him, awe lit up their faces. It's Vice Dean Mo! Vice Dean Mo Ching has returned. The Yingyue Divine Dynasty is an ancient empire with no sects within its borders. Imperial authority is absolute. Still, exceptionally powerful cultivators are allowed to found academies and privately guide disciples. Luotian Academy is one such institution. In fact, across the Divine Dynasty, there are thousands of these schools, scattered from one end of the realm to the other. The very best are known as the 100 Academies, and they wield tremendous influence. Some even boast Dao Zun among their masters. Luotian, by contrast, is governed by a single Xuanzun and doesn't qualify for that elite circle. All the same, Vice Dean Mo's talent is rare. He has already perfected his Xuanzun cultivation and still has room to grow. Rumor has it that he may one day ascend to the rank of saint. Mo Qing's reputation at Luotian Academy had never been higher. Word had it. A 100-level academy had sent an envoy to recruit him as a senior mentor, but he'd turned the offer down. Ever since, he'd scarcely bothered to teach, yet no student dared to show him disrespect. Even whispers of discontent died on their lips. He had just returned from a spirit land trial when the news reached him. Luo Li had come back from the great wilderness, and she'd brought with her a strangely handsome young man. Mo Qing's temper flared. He'd stayed behind at Luotian precisely to keep an eye on Luo Li. Everyone assumed his devotion sprang from love. And now she flaunted this outsider in the academy's halls? Without bothering to enter the spirit realm, Mo Qing hovered on a drifting cloud at its gate. His gaze swept the courtyard below, icy and commanding. Then his deep voice rolled out over the swirling mists. I am Mo Qing, Vice Dean of Luotian Academy. Visitor Ye Cheng, where are you? Step forward and show your respects. Have you no inkling of a guest's proper etiquette? Under that cold, imperious tone, even the bravest disciple bowed their heads. Somewhere beyond the spirit barrier, Ye Cheng paused. The next moment, the courtyard fell silent, waiting for the handsome stranger's reply. I'm worried the senior the dean brought back might be in trouble, one student whispered anxiously. True, another agreed, shivering at the mention of Vice Dean Mo Qing. That new senior is cold, but at least he treats us like students. Vice Dean Mo acts like we're nothing more than his personal servants. A murmur of agreement rippled through the cluster of students. Many of the academy's top pupils, especially the girls, had spent their hard-earned student points to join the spiritual land cultivation program. From afar, they'd glimpsed the senior and quietly become his fans. Now, hearing Mo Qing casually mention punishment, they exchanged alarmed looks, their faces paling. I just hope he's all right, someone sighed, tugging at her sleeve. Unbeknownst to them, deep within the shimmering realm of the spiritual land, Ye Cheng was focused entirely on the purple qi cauldron of all living beings. His hands hovered above the cauldron's surface, guiding the swirling energies with precise, unhurried movements. As Vice Dean Mo Qing's distant voice faded, Ye Cheng's narrowed eyes flickered open, a faint chill crossing his brow. He allowed himself a moment's tension, then relaxed. Bright thought, not fear. Almost instantly, a column of light erupted from the heart of Luotian Academy, piercing the boundary between worlds. Into that radiant shaft descended Luo Li, her presence illuminating the chamber like a rising sun. Ye Cheng's expression softened, confidence replacing the brief shadow of doubt. Whatever challenge awaited, he was ready. Since her return from the great wilderness, she has remained in seclusion, concentrating all her efforts on refining the spirit lotus that Ye Cheng bestowed upon her. Though she has not yet broken through to the next realm, her spiritual awareness has deepened dramatically. Her beautiful eyes now hold the chill of a 1,000-year glacier, and the faint radiance that surrounds her is enough to make even seasoned Xuanzun bow their heads in respect. Suddenly, a cloud drifted down behind Mo Qing, and she appeared as if borne on a winter wind, pure, unyielding, and cold. She stepped in front of him, her gaze frosty and unblinking. "Deputy Dean Mo," she said, her tone icy calm, "fellow Taoist Gu is my honored guest. What business have you to raise your voice and cause a scene the moment he returns?" Chapter 312. Mo Qing's face flushed with anger as he shot back at Luo Li. "A guest? What sort of visitor could matter more to you than me? I've supported you for years, paid every expense, yet you barely spare me so much as a glance. How can one newcomer command your complete attention?" Luo Li's eyes narrowed, her voice cool and steady. "Deputy Dean Mo, I suggest you mind your manners." She took a step closer, anger simmering beneath her calm exterior. "Let's be perfectly clear. There's nothing between me and Gu Ye Cheng. No hidden affair, no secret attachment. Even if there were, it's none of your concern. And don't lecture me about dedication. You may hold the title of Dean's Deputy at Luotian College, but how many students have you truly guided? A handful at most. Your reputation rests on the Celestial Venerable's influence, not on real accomplishments, and your record pales compared to mine. I have refused your advances time and again," she continued, voice rising slightly, "and even encouraged you to seek opportunities elsewhere. I offered to write you a recommendation letter to help you find a position better suited to your talents. Yet you persist in clinging to a role you've scarcely earned." Mo Qing's lips pressed into a thin line. Luo Li turned away, her expression cool and unyielding, leaving him to stew in the echo of her words. Mo Qing was the one who refused. Could anyone really blame him? He felt the cool disdain in Luo Li's eyes and caught the curious glances from the students of Luotian College gathered below. Suddenly, he understood how unreasonable his earlier demands had sounded. Ashamed and angry, he wordlessly steeled himself against bowing his head. Fixing Luo Li with an icy stare, he spoke toward the yawning portal of the spirit realm beyond. "Fine. It seems Taoist Gu isn't coming out today. Feel free to keep hiding behind the woman then." With that, Mo Qing shot Luo Li one last derisive look, snorted, and turned on his heel to leave. Relief rippled through the onlookers, and even Luo Li exhaled sharply, his tension dissolving. Swiftly he flew into the spirit realm, where Gu Ye Cheng still lingered in hiding. Kneeling in a respectful bow, he offered a sincere apology. "Taoist Gu, I beg your pardon. My lax discipline over my subordinates brought this trouble upon you." Standing, Luo Li's voice was resolute. "Rest assured, if Mo Qing ever dares to bother you again, I will not hesitate. He will trouble you no more." And in that moment, Mo Qing's parting words, while harsh, proved at least partly prescient. Luo Li's expression softened as she regarded Gu Ye Cheng. Her concern wasn't born of confusion. It came from the urgent need for another steady Xuanzun master at Luotian Academy. As dean, her plate was overflowing with responsibilities, and Mo Qing, absorbed entirely in his own cultivation, paid little heed to the students. She simply couldn't handle everything on her own. If Gu Ye Cheng would agree to stay on as a mentor, it would be a tremendous boon to her disciples. Ever since that last unsettling incident, she'd felt a deep reluctance to take on new students. His arrival had felt like an unexpected blessing. "Master Luo, you flatter me with your offer," Gu Ye Cheng said, inclining his head respectfully. "I'm honored, truly, but I'm afraid I can't realistically remain at Luotian Academy." A shadow of disappointment crossed Luo Li's face. Silence stretched between them for a heartbeat too long. Then Gu Ye Cheng caught her downcast gaze and paused. Beyond them lay the Academy's vast spiritual fields, rich with dormant Tao seeds awaiting guidance. After a moment's thought, he met her eyes again. "However," he added quietly, "if the Academy truly needs me, I will stay. I owe it to these young cultivators, and to you, to lend whatever help I can." Relief and gratitude bloomed on Luo Li's features. "Thank you, Ye Cheng," she said, her voice soft with emotion. "Your presence here will mean more than you know." And with that, Luotian Academy welcomed its newest mentor, and a fresh chapter began for them all. "If the sect requires it, Master, you may choose a few of your most promising disciples, especially the younger sword students, and send them to my retreat. In my spare moments, I can share whatever I know. Just don't expect miracles." Luo Li's eyes lit up at Gu Ye Cheng's offer. She'd witnessed glimpses of his true power, now hidden by injury, and was convinced that once fully recovered, he would not only enter the perfection of the divine venerable realm, but likely exceed the likes of Mo Qing. Even a few casual pointers from a master of his caliber would be an unparalleled boon for their sword disciples. "Thank you, Senior Gu," she said, bowing with genuine gratitude. Then, brimming with excitement, she hurried down the hall and summoned a select group of Luotian sect's finest sword students. "Master Gu has invited us to his retreat. Let us make our respects and learn whatever we can. If that senior is willing to train us, it would be an incredible opportunity." At Dean Luoli's words, the students summoned from Luotian Academy all lit up with excitement, except one. Standing in the front row, in a flowing scarlet skirt, was Shen Yuo, the Academy's undisputed prodigy. Her beauty was striking, and her slender willow-shaped eyebrows lent her an air of imperious poise. Although she appeared indifferent as Luoli praised Ye Cheng, a flicker of disdain passed through her eyes. Luoli almost opened her mouth to admonish Shen Yue's arrogance, only to be overtaken by the young genius herself. "If there's nothing further, Dean," Shen Yue said coolly, "I'll return to my secluded training." She paused, letting the silence stretch, then added, "Unless something unexpected occurs, I should emerge as a king when I break seclusion." Her classmates gaped at her, mouths agape, their faces alight with awe and envy. Dean Luoli's earnest appeals fell flat against Shen Yue's curt dismissal. As his tall figure receded down the academy corridor, Luoli could only shake her head in exasperation. Unseen by either of them, Ye Cheng felt the exchange ripple through the depths of the spiritual land. A playful smile curved his lips. He wasn't bothered by Shen Yue's haughty attitude. After all, it's rare to witness a student openly look down on his own dean. Intrigued, Ye Cheng summoned Shen Yue's profile to his view. Name, Shen Yu. Origin, Yingyu Divine Dynasty, Luoshen Academy. Realm, Xuanwang Perfection, Innate Fate, Xuan Emperor Inheritance, Orange 5th Grade. Description: by chance, he acquired an ancient ring housing the remnant soul of the Xuan Emperor. Under its tutelage, he set foot on the path of cultivation, blessed with extraordinary luck and unrivaled talent. Trained by the Xuan Emperor himself, his future knows no bounds. Reading this, Ye Cheng instantly grasped the root of Shen Yue's arrogance. Having the lingering spirit of the Xuan Emperor guiding him, Shen Yue's confidence, if not outright disdain toward others, was understandable. Yet prestigious birth or supreme fates aside, Dean Luoli remained his teacher and benefactor, and that alone earned her his respect. All of Shen Yue's cultivation supplies, and even the daily rations fed to the elderly spirit dwelling in her ancient ring to mend its waning soul, were provided by Luotian Academy. Although she had never formally studied the school's techniques, she owed at least some gratitude to Luoli for this generosity. Instead, Shen Yu carried herself with such haughty indifference that Ye Cheng could barely conceal his distaste. He thought to himself that he'd be better off without her company. Lost in his reflections, Ye Cheng watched Shen Yue slip back into her private sanctuary. At Luotian Academy, even the second-ranked prodigy must spend vast quantities of academy points just to secure time for spirit land cultivation, points earned only by completing the school's demanding tasks. Shen Yu, however, enjoyed a rare exemption. She entered the spirit land freely, without spending a single point, and each month she received a fresh supply of prick, less elixirs, to accelerate her progress. No wonder the other students whispered with envy behind her back. If her talent weren't truly extraordinary, and her realm not so far above their own, they might have openly revolted. After returning to their secluded quarters, Shen Yue frowned, her usual composure nowhere to be found. She swept her gaze over the bare walls and cracked stone floor. "Master," she complained, tossing her hair over one shoulder, "when are we leaving this place? Luotian Academy is utterly desolate." Her hand landed with a thud on the lacquered table, rattling the small jade gourd of medicinal pills inside. "I'm touted as the Academy's #1 prodigy," she snapped, "yet I can only take these pills once every 30 days. What use are they if I can't train?" A chill wind drifted through the room, and out of a column of gray mist materialized the inscrutable figure of an elderly woman. Though only her remnant soul remained, wrapped in tattered gray robes, her presence still hummed with ancient power. the lingering essence of the Xuan Emperor himself, whom Shen Yue had long ago captured and bound. The old soul regarded Shen Yue's petulant outburst with a faint, amused smile, then slowly turned her attention toward the boundary of the spiritual realm. In that ethereal twilight, Ye Cheng's aura had recently stirred, awakening hidden Dao seeds deep within the Academy's spiritual land. The Emperor's remnant could not perceive the full details. Her consciousness was far weaker than Ye Cheng's, but she sensed something precious taking form amid the spirit roots and ley lines. Greed glimmered in her hollow eyes. "Patience, Yuer," the remnant soul intoned, her voice low and resonant like distant thunder. "Trust in our plan. In the depths of Luotian Academy's spirit land, a rare treasure is ripening. When it fully matures, this forsaken place will yield far more than you, and even I, could hope for." Ye Cheng pressed himself against the cavern wall, every nerve tingling as a disembodied voice resonated through the chamber. "It will be born within a few months at the latest," the voice promised. "When the time comes, I will help you claim the treasure. With it, your path will be far smoother, your successes far greater, and the day you are resurrected as your master will draw ever closer." Chapter 313. Shen Yue's eyes sparkled at the old woman's words, but she hesitated at once. "Master," she ventured, "the sect's greatest treasure lies buried beneath the spiritual land. If we dig it up, won't we damage the spirit vein that nourishes the entire territory?" The old woman smiled, waving aside Shen Yue's concern. "What are trifles like that compared to a magnificent future? True greatness demands boldness. Even if the spirit vein suffers a scratch, it can be mended, and once you claim this treasure, you will rise to become an emperor." She leaned forward, her voice lowering with persuasive intensity. "When you sit upon the throne, remember the promise you'll owe me. You will grant Luotian Academy the honor it deserves." Shen Yue's hesitation melted away. A fierce determination lit her eyes. "Yes, master, I will secure this treasure, and when the time comes, I will repay your kindness in full." "Please help me collect the treasure," the old woman pleaded, nodding so vigorously her beads jingled. A bright smile lit her wrinkled face. "Follow my instructions. I promise you'll come away richer, not poorer." Meanwhile, Shen Yue and her master conferred in hushed tones, quietly weaving their own scheme. Across the courtyard, Luo Li had just introduced Ye Cheng, an enigmatic senior swordsman from outside the academy. At this announcement, the assembled geniuses of Luotian Academy stirred with excitement. None more eager than Changsun Ming, the girl dressed in black, her twin spiritual swords dangling at her hips, eyes glittering at the mention of a fellow swordsman. No sooner had she learned where Ye Cheng was than she traded in her merit points for an entry permit to the spirit realms and shot off in an instant toward his location. Luo Li watched Changsun Ming's determined sprint with an encouraging smile. Since that early, painful failure, she doubted her gift for taking on disciples, but in this young woman's character and drive, she recognized true potential. After all, even Shen Yue, trained by the remnant soul of the Xuan Emperor and possessing a cultivation realm far above her peers, had once been an eager newcomer, hopeful for a chance to prove herself. Although Changsun Ming held the second rank at Luotian Academy, her cultivation still trailed far behind Shen Yue's. She had only just reached the half-king realm. Even so, her tireless dedication softened Luo Li's heart. The Changsun clan was no ordinary family. They traced their lineage back to a Xuanzun house, and their founding patriarch had once graduated from Zhengming Academy, one of the 100 academies of the Yingyu Divine Dynasty. Thanks to that legacy, the Changsun are granted the privilege of recommending one disciple to Zhengming Academy every 10 years, no entrance examination required. By clan regulations, that nomination belongs to the champion of the family's genius tournament, a title Changsun Ming rightfully earned. Yet, in a cruel twist, her father usurped her hard-won spot and handed the nomination to Ming's half-brother, the clan's legitimate heir. Ye Cheng's only consolation prize was admission to Luotian Academy, a school only marginally better than the one his family once controlled. But rather than grow discouraged, he threw himself into his training, determined to close the gap between his raw talent and that of his peers through sheer effort. In time, he climbed to second place in the entire academy. Dean Luo Li watched his progress with growing admiration. Even if Ye Cheng never reached the heights of Shen Yue, she was confident he would far outshine the so-called legitimate heir of the Changsun family. Quietly, she hoped that one day he might succeed her as head of Luotian Academy and win the favor of the esteemed Gu Daoyou to boot. Unaware of the dean's private ambitions, Ye Cheng simply set his jaw and vowed, "I will work harder than anyone until that senior acknowledges me." That promise sparked a fire behind his eyes. He never forgot the injustice his family had suffered, and while he was grateful for their trainee, Nang, and support, the memory of those wrongs only steeled his resolve. If Luotian Academy had told her from the start that the available quota would go to her brother, she wouldn't have been so disappointed. Yet she'd followed every rule of the competition, and when she finally won, the authorities changed their minds. Changsun Ming felt deeply wronged. Determined to prove her worth, she came to Luotian Academy. Even though she lagged far behind Shen Yu in raw talent, she refused to be discouraged. She practiced tirelessly, never missing a chance to grow stronger. "My life," she vowed, "is no less than anyone else's." Deep within the spiritual realm, before a shimmering pond, Ye Cheng sat cross-legged, inhaling and exhaling in perfect rhythm. Hovering in front of him was the fanning glow of the Heavenly Destiny Atlas, its mystical charts channeling purple chi into the cauldron at his dantian. With every pulse, his innate fortune was refined and absorbed. 3 months had passed, and he'd already transmuted over half of his luck, pushing it into the final stage of the process. The gap between him and the cultivators of the northern wilds had narrowed considerably. Yet for now, all his spiritual power and awareness remained sealed within that purple chi cauldron, biding their time before breaking free. No strange auras bloomed around him as he cultivated. From a distance, he looked every bit the mortal, lost in thought beside the spirit pond. "Master, are you sure there's nothing unusual about him?" Shen Yue's voice was cool, edged with suspicion. Perched on the gnarled branch of an ancient tree, Shen Yu stared down at Ye Cheng with her customary air of arrogance. Beside her stood her mentor, the gray-robed matriarch, patiently observing the young man below. Shen Yue had been on her way to see Luo Li for a fresh supply of spirit pills when she'd passed this very pond and first noticed him. After a moment's consideration, she'd formed a guess about his true identity. Though she still sneered at the Swordmaster title, Luo Li had whispered to her, prudence demanded she ask, just in case. The matriarch cast a single dismissive glance at Ye Cheng, then looked away, her expression unreadable but tinged with contempt. "Don't waste another thought on him," she said softly. "He's not worth our attention." Even the matriarch couldn't precisely discern Ye Cheng's cultivation level. All she could tell was that he, too, must be a venerable. Yet, in her estimation, he posed no threat. With that settled, she closed her eyes and let the wind rustle through her silvery hair, dismissing him entirely from her mind. His sea of consciousness was feeble, and his spiritual power lay hidden deep within his dantian. Under such conditions, there was no way he could follow a normal cultivation regimen. Clearly, something had gone wrong with his soul, his consciousness sea, and his dantian, issues that, for any cultivator, were nothing short of catastrophic. Shen Yue stared at the old woman, her disappointment plain on her face, but the more she considered it, the more sense it made. Luo Li was only a Xuanzun. She couldn't have brought back geniuses far beyond her own station. "You're right, master," Shen Yu admitted. "I let my hopes run away with me." With that, she lost interest entirely, gave a dismissive shake of her head, and turned to leave. She hadn't gone far when she ran into Changsun Ming and the other young prodigies Luo Li had introduced from Luotian Academy. The moment they spotted her, they dropped into deep bows and called out, "Eldest sister Shen!" Their voices trembled with awe, and even Changsun Ming inclined his head respectfully. Seeing their deference, Shen Yue's lips curved into a faint, superior smile, her pride well and truly stoked. As Changsun Ming and the others prepared to depart for the spirit pool where Ye Cheng was in seclusion, Shen Yue couldn't help but interject with a triumphant smirk. "If you really intend to seek out the senior that Luo Yuanju mentioned," she drawled, "I strongly advise you not to." She tossed her head, eyes glittering with contempt. "I've met him. He's half lame, hardly in a condition to teach you anything worthwhile." She paused, then added with a mocking laugh. Though, I suppose if you flatter him enough, he might deign to pass on a scrap of his lifetime's knowledge. But honestly, why bother? Without proper guidance, your cultivation would stall. You'd be far better off training under Luo Li or one of the other academy instructors. They get results. At her words, the group of Luotian prodigies exchanged uneasy glances. Reverence for a venerable was one thing. Trusting a maimed recluse to guide their path was another. Even if he possessed hidden techniques, without a clear teaching system, they'd be left to grope through countless mistakes on their own. Better, they decided silently, to remain under the structured tutelage of their academy masters, where progress was certain and efficient. After all, the academy master himself is a Xuanzun. As soon as those words rang out, most of the assembled prodigies melted away, their courage evaporating. Only Changsun Ming stayed behind, determination flashing in his eyes as he advanced. Shen Yue watched him with a cold sneer. She shook her head, then drifted effortlessly out of the crowd. Changsun Ming's stubbornness didn't faze her. She had long since looked down on both Ye Cheng and Changsun Ming. Even if Changsun Ming learned something here, how could the scraps picked up from a semi-retired venerable compare to the profound teachings of her own master? Ye Cheng noted the retreat of Shen Yue and the other geniuses without a flicker of surprise. Yes, recruiting gifted disciples could bolster his luck, accelerate his cultivation, and feed his purple chi cauldron, but he wasn't desperate for followers. He had no use for Shen Yue's arrogance or her pitiful orange fate. With a single deliberate blink, he shifted his gaze back over his shoulder, ready to see who else might dare to approach. In the grove surrounding the spirit pond, a young man in a black robe moved cautiously through the trees. Ye Cheng watched him intently, curiosity, and a flicker of nerves dancing in his eyes. This was Changsun Ming, the second prodigy of Luotian Academy, perpetually looked down upon by the proud Shen Yue. Then, before Ye Cheng's vision, a translucent attribute panel materialized above Changsun Ming, revealing two potential destinies, each alone powerful enough to bring arrogant Shen Yu to his knees. Chapter 314, a system prompt appears, detailing Changsun Ming's profile. Name, Changsun Ming Realm, Early Half-King Affiliation, Yingyu Divine Dynasty, Luotian Academy, Innate Fates 1. Tempered into Steel, Golden Grade 1. Life's hardships are like iron forged into steel. Each trial becomes a resource that strengthens the Tao heart. The more setbacks one endures, the braver one grows. Every ordeal perfects his resolve and deepens his understanding. Number 2. Heaven Rewards the Diligent, Golden Grade 7. This is a luck-based fate. Heaven itself is impartial, but it favors those who work tirelessly. Through relentless effort, he can alter his destiny, earn rewards, attract noble patrons, seize rare opportunities, or achieve sudden enlightenment. His perseverance even elevates those around him, granting them a share of heaven's protection. With one fate forging his spirit into unbreakable steel and the other ensuring divine favor for his diligence, Changsun Ming wields two golden-tier fates, particularly the second, which rivals the legendary heavenly moon body in quality. This was the first time even Ye Cheng had ever encountered a destiny that rewarded hard work with one favorable encounter after another. Paired with the unbreakable Taoist spirit he had forged through countless trials, it was undeniably an ideal match. And when the system message flashed, "Heaven rewards hard work, meet noble patrons and seize opportunities," he couldn't help but smile to himself. Could it be that he was about to become the noble patron and the golden opportunity for this young Changsun Ming? Feeling his steady gaze, Changsun Ming's heart began to pound. In truth, she had already resolved to step forward and introduce herself, but she never expected him to be so young. Having visited this sacred spring many times, she had always held the dean's fabled sword master in reverent awe, picturing a seasoned veteran, perhaps even gray-haired. Yet here stood Ye Cheng, a brilliant youth, no more than 3 or 4 years her senior. Could this truly be the senior master she had been seeking? "Are you the prodigy Dean Luo told me about?" Changsun Ming's eyes flickered with curiosity as he sized up the newcomer. Ye Cheng let out a soft laugh and bowed a fraction of an inch. "That would be me. I'm Ye Cheng. It's an honor to meet you, Changsun Ming." At that, Changsun Ming straightened immediately, stepping forward to give a respectful bow in return. Though Ye Cheng looked younger than he had expected, Chang Sun-ming maintained perfect decorum. Dean Luo said, "You have a deep understanding of swordsmanship. My companion and I came hoping for your guidance. If you're not busy, if you are in the midst of practice, please forgive the intrusion. I will return at a more convenient time." Ye Cheng smiled and took a seat cross-legged on the wooden platform. "So you're Chang Sun-ming. Dean Luo speaks very highly of you." When Luo Li invited Gu Ye Cheng to join Luoshan Academy as an instructor, he'd casually mentioned the academy's brightest talents, Shen Yue and Chang Sun-ming among them. What Luo Li didn't know was that Shen Yue never traveled alone. She was always accompanied by the remnant soul of the Xuan Emperor. Gu Ye Cheng laughed softly and raised a hand to forestall her protest. "Don't be so formal. I've already promised Dean Luo that if you sought my counsel, you wouldn't leave empty-handed." With that, he plucked a brittle branch from a nearby lington tree. Holding it like a sword, he drew it lightly across the dusty ground at his feet. There was no spiritual power, no hidden technique, just an ordinary stroke carved with a dead twig. And yet, the moment the mark appeared, Chang Ming's eyes went wide. In that instant, she could have sworn she heard the thunder of ocean waves crashing in her ears and saw a river's white current surge by, only to have the vision vanish as quickly as it came. She stared at the simple line etched in the dirt, heart-pounding. "This, senior," she managed at last, voice trembling with wonder. "What sword style is this?" Chang Sun-ming hesitated, her eyes fixed on the newly carved sword mark hovering in midair. Although she hadn't fully grasped its deeper meaning, she felt in her bones that this technique was no less powerful than Luo Shen's inherited art, perhaps even stronger. "What is this sword style?" she asked, genuine curiosity tinging her voice. Gu Ye Cheng paused. He'd carved the mark almost on a whim, never intending it to bear a formal name. If pressed, he supposed it was a variation of the Beiming Great Divine Ability, the signature technique of Jian Rushuang from the Beiming sword sect, though his own effortless refinement in both killing power and artistic depth likely exceeded the original. After a moment's thought, he nodded. "Let's call it the Beiming sword style," he decided. "You should return below and study it carefully. Once you've fully internalized its essence, I'll teach you a brand new sword art. And if you have any questions along the way, just ask." "Understood," Chang Sun-ming replied, her resolve brightening her eyes. She bowed once more, then turned to descend the mountain, her mind already racing with possibilities. "Thank you for your guidance, Senior Ye Cheng." Chang Sun-ming bowed deeply, her voice brimming with gratitude. From the moment she'd witnessed Gu Ye Cheng's sword technique, she'd been captivated, not only by its power and precision, but by the rare honor of being taught personally by such a master. Determined to master his style, she hurried back to her pavilion and set to work. At first, her movements were tentative, each cut and thrust feeling disjointed. Yet with every repetition, the essence of the form began to crystallize in her mind. The gleam of her blade took on a subtle brilliance, responding to her will with increasing clarity. Several days later, Chang Sun-ming stepped onto the training platform once more. As she drew her swords, the sequence flowed through her like a living current, each posture melting seamlessly into the next, as natural and unhurried as a mountain stream. There were no extravagant flourishes, only a quiet, unassailable grace that spoke louder than any ostentation. She felt the style's hidden strength, its capacity to bind defense and offense in a single, harmonious whole. Though this form may not yield decisive kills, she reflected, its unbroken rhythm and concealed power will protect me with remarkable efficiency. Completing the final flourish, Chang Sun-ming let out a contented sigh and gently sheathed her twin blades. She stared at the swords in wonder, surprise lighting her eyes. In mastering this new style, she had unlocked something deeper, a bond between warrior and weapon she had never before experienced. Her journey had only just begun, but already she could sense the transformation welling up inside her. Although she'd only reached the early stage of the half-king realm, Chang Sun-ming knew her defenses alone could probably withstand even a fully perfected half-king's assault. Determined to refine her technique, she told herself, "I need to ask Master Ye Cheng for guidance once more." With a respectful bow, she returned to where Gu Ye Cheng stood calmly. "Master," she said, voice steady, Should I embody this sword form as a mere trickle or as an unending torrent? Ye Cheng studied her for a moment, then nodded approvingly. Very good. It's remarkable that you've grasped this layer of the art in just a few days. Chang Sun Ming's chest swelled with pride until he added, but you still haven't mastered it completely. You must probe deeper. She blinked, astonished. Master, I've broken down every movement. What am I still missing? Closing her eyes, Chang Sun Ming replayed the sword patterns in her mind, dissecting each mark and flicker of intent. Yet no new insight emerged. Ye Cheng allowed a faint smile to touch his lips. Don't attempt to perceive the entire formation all at once. At your current realm, you cannot yet comprehend the full pattern. Focus instead on a single thread, then, once you've woven it into your technique, the rest will begin to reveal itself. Begin with the subtleties, Ye Cheng suggested in a low, encouraging tone. Subtleties? Chang Sun Ming echoed, her brow furrowing in thought. She withdrew to her private courtyard and spent days lost in contemplation. Then, as dawn broke on the 5th morning, she stepped out holding her sword with renewed calm. In a single, fluid motion, Ming unleashed her strike. Brilliant arcs of light cleaved the air, rippling like a rushing river. The surge of sword chi washed over the training grounds with such force that even the earth seemed to tremble. When the glow faded, the wooden sparring dummy lay neatly split in half. Ming's heart raced with exhilaration. Of course, she murmured, the predecessor's sword imprint isn't merely a defense, it's both shield and spear. In that moment, she understood. By guiding the technique as a gentle stream, she could envelop herself in a protective current of sword chi, intercepting any onslaught. By unleashing it instead as a roaring flood, she could smash through the toughest defenses. And yet, as the blade's afterimage faded, Ming sensed she had only scratched the surface. The full depths of this art remained hidden, beckoning her toward further discovery. Chang Sun Ming's eyes widened with excitement as she stood before the practice post, blade trembling in her grip. When a sword technique reaches its ultimate evolution, it's no longer a mere trickle of water. It becomes a raging river flowing eastward, unstoppable, she whispered, her heart thundering in her chest. She had just glimpsed the true power of this move. Even if it fell short of Saint Venerable mastery, it was undoubtedly a deadly art at the Heaven Venerable tier, and ranked at the very top. A flush of triumph warmed her cheeks. If only she had enough cultivation points to trade for more time in the spiritual land, she could refine it even further. What she wouldn't give to report this breakthrough to Ye Cheng right now, to show her mentor how deeply she'd grasped his teachings. Her daydream was interrupted by laughter and the rattle of armor outside the courtyard gate. A group of fellow disciples, 3 boys and 2 girls, stood under the overhang, their expressions bright. Senior Changsun, one of them called, offering a courteous bow. We've just received a new assignment. It's challenging, but the reward in points is generous. Care to join us? Chang Sunming exchanged excited glances with the others. With a nod, she sheathed her sword. Count me in, she replied. Let's see what this mission has in store. Together, they strode off down the winding path, the afternoon sun glinting off their blades, and Chang Sunming's mind raced with possibilities. Sooner or later, she vowed, she would stand before Ye Cheng again and prove that her sword had truly become an unstoppable river. Chapter 315. Chang Sun-Ming had been low on merit points for some time, and she wasn't about to let this chance slip away. More than that, she relished the opportunity to test her own strength. In just a few months, she announced, voice steady, the 100 Colleges battle will begin. I'll be representing Luotian Academy on the battlefield. There's a good chance I'll face Zhengming College's team and my own brother. At the thought, a spark of determination flared in Chang Sun-Ming's eyes. She clenched her fist, the anticipation almost tangible. The 100 Colleges battle, she repeated, as if tasting the name on her tongue. Across the spiritual realm, Master Luo Li emerged from her cultivation chamber just as Ye Cheng was helping her seal the meditative array. She looked up with a gentle smile, catching the tail end of their conversation. She had already heard that Chang Sun-Ming was receiving guidance from Ye Cheng, and she was both pleased for her student and grateful to him. Noticing the question lingering on Ye Cheng's face, Luo Li laughed softly. The 100 Colleges Battle is the grandest tournament of the Yingyue Divine Dynasty, she explained, her eyes sparkling. Every academy sends its best. It's a trial by fire, where talent, strategy, and sheer willpower are tested against peers from across the realm. Ye Cheng nodded thoughtfully. Then it's not just a contest of power, he mused, but a proving ground for one's heart and spirit. Luo Li inclined her head. Exactly. Every competitor who stands on that field emerges stronger for having faced the challenge. Chang Sun-ming is eager to earn points, sure, but she'll gain far more than that. She'll discover what she's truly capable of. Chang Sun-ming drew in a steady breath, the resolve in her stance unwavering. Then I'll be ready, she vowed, for points and to surpass myself. All the colleges will take part and send their finest students to compete, Luo Li explained. Those with exceptional results might even be promoted directly into the 100 colleges. Even if a school doesn't make that leap, any victory in the 100 Colleges Battle will earn generous rewards from the Divine Dynasty. Ye Cheng inclined his head thoughtfully. He watched Chang Sun-ming across the courtyard, recalling how far the young man had already come under his guidance. A faint smile crossed his lips. In that case, Luoshan College should have what it takes to astonish the deans this year. Luo Li studied him, unconvinced. She knew Ye Cheng's reputation. Few could match his power at such a young age, especially given that he had already reached the heavenly venerable realm. But she also knew how late he had arrived. Even if he devoted himself entirely to training Chang Sun-ming, it would only be for a few months. How much could the boy really improve in so short a time? Deep down, Luo Li had long since given up hope of leading Luoshan College into the 100 Colleges Battle. Yet despite her doubts, she couldn't quite dismiss the confidence shining in Ye Cheng's eyes. Ye Cheng felt a wave of empathy wash over him as he sensed Luo Li's hidden turmoil. Since arriving at Luoshan Academy, he'd picked up the students' hushed conversations and pieced together much of her story. After awakening the Tianyue body and breaking into the Xuanzun realm, Luo Li's cultivation progress unexpectedly slowed. To classmates, instructors, and even distant observers, it looked less like a steady plateau and more like her well of talent running dry. At Luoshan Academy, Xuanzun-level disciples form the institution's backbone, but its resources can't support an endless roster of geniuses. Over the past few years, many of its brightest cultivators have quietly departed in search of faster breakthroughs elsewhere. Those who remain, like Shen Yue, often do so for their own reasons and show little genuine respect for Luo Li. The departure that hurt her most was that of Yuan Jinyi, the Academy's former top prodigy, who walked away 3 years ago. Unlike the others, Yuan Jinyi wasn't just another student. He was an orphan Luo Li had personally adopted. His decision to leave felt like a deep personal betrayal, and Ye Cheng understood why the wound still throbbed beneath her calm exterior. Yuan Jinyi was barely 7 or 8 when Luo Li returned to Luoshan Academy with her in tow, dedicating himself wholeheartedly to her training. Yet when whispers spread that Luo Li's own potential had reached its limit, Yuan Jinyi grew visibly dissatisfied with the academy. 3 years ago, she quietly withdrew, accepting an invitation to Molong Academy. Not long after, word arrived that she'd become one of Molong's greatest prodigies in the 100 Academy War, an astonishing rise. But in all that time, there hasn't been a single letter or message from Yuan Jinyi to Luo Li or anyone at Luoshan. It's as if she were born an outsider, destined never to look back. Meanwhile, her former mentor has himself stalled at the early Xuanzun stage, unable to advance further, a disappointment Luo Li can hardly conceal. Ye Cheng offered a warm, reassuring smile to the disheartened dean. Don't be discouraged, Dean Luo. I promise you there's going to be a surprise, one worthy of your students' achievements. Just try not to be too excited when it finally arrives. You'll want to be mentally prepared for what's coming. Ye Cheng stood on the veranda, the late afternoon sun tracing long shadows across the academy courtyard below. He'd meant to tell Luo Li that, once he'd refined the purple qi cauldron, he could brew an elixir to quicken her Tianyue body's awakening. But without the cauldron in hand, the promise would only invite questions, so he kept silent, letting his quiet confidence carry the moment. Luo Li looked up, her face still marked by recent sorrow. Ye Cheng's steady voice chipped away at her despair, though she tried not to betray her hope. After a long pause, she met his gaze, a gentle warmth stirring in her chest. "In that case, Daoyo," she said softly, addressing him by his respectful title, "if you truly can make Luotian Academy shine in the 100 Academy War, I will owe you my deepest thanks." "Then consider it done," Ye Cheng replied, the faintest smile lifting his lips. Yet as he spoke, his thoughts drifted back to the news Luo Li had brought him about Gu Yiren. He cleared his throat, determined to press the matter. "By the way, Dean, have you heard anything new about Miss Gu Yiren?" "Miss Yiren?" Luo Li echoed, tilting her head as curiosity sparked in her eyes. She fell silent, as if weighing her words, and the soft breeze carried the promise of answers to come. "I actually have some news about her." At the name Gu Yiren, Luo Li's eyes lit up with enthusiasm. "I just received word from the Divine Dynasty's Imperial City." "What's the scoop?" someone asked. It turns out that when Miss Yiren first appeared, she had absolutely no cultivation records. No one had ever heard of her. Yet the moment she set foot in the wilderness, she blasted straight onto the wilderness list at number 10, displacing the previous 10th-ranked prodigy from the Yunjiao clan. A murmur ran through the group. "That Yunjiao descendant, he's pure-blooded, a true Tianjiao. He didn't even get a chance to challenge her before he was knocked off the list." The sect elders who maintain the rankings thought it was a foregone conclusion that he couldn't match her strength, so they didn't record any duel. Naturally, he was furious. Luo Li continued. In the months that followed, the Yunjiao clan mobilized all their enforcers, combing through every corner of the sacred realms until they finally tracked Miss Yiren to one of the inner sanctums. They descended on her there, and what happened next was nothing short of legendary. She paused for emphasis. Only the Yunjiao strongmen were present, but the clash was so fierce that news of the outcome spread like wildfire, and now no one dares doubt Miss Yiren's record or her place among the top 10. The listeners exchanged impressed looks. It was clear that Gu Yiren's sudden rise and her victoire over a celebrated prodigy had sent shockwaves through the cultivation world. In the end, the pure-blood prodigy of the Yunjiao clan was utterly outmatched by the human girl. Stripped of pretense, she was forced into her true form and saddled like a beast of burden, then ridden out of the divine shrine, disappearing into the distant sky. The other Yunjiao champions who had followed their matriarch into the sanctuary suffered equal disgrace. Within the shrine's walls, innate restrictions nullify even the powers of saint emperors, and quasi-saints alike. None could tap into their full strength. One by one, every Yunjiao who dared to confront the girl, Gu Yiren, was subdued. Only when she compelled the clan's eldest lady to reveal her transformed state and mounted her as a steed did the tribal guards stationed outside the shrine sense something amiss. Rushing in to rescue their kinsmen, these warriors finally bore witness to what had truly transpired. By the time the dust settled, Miss Yiren had become a legend. Her triumph over the esteemed Yunjiao clan echoed throughout the realms, securing her renown for years to come. Luo Li's eyes shone as she spoke. Even without knowing the full details of that battle, her victory alone was enough to catapult her into the top 10 of the wild list. She's become the talk of the frontier. There are whispers that if she makes another bold move, she might not only hold on to her top 10 spot, but even crack the top 5. Excitement and pride laced Luo Li's tone. Ye Cheng smiled quietly to himself. He'd never imagined his daughter would achieve so much on her own, subduing pure-blooded nobles of every race, turning them into mere mounts, and taking on entire tribes single-handedly. Even with the secret safeguard of the divine blessing, her accomplishments were extraordinary. As Ye Cheng continued his conversation with Luo Li, elsewhere Changsun Ming led her classmates out of Luotian Academy. They trekked across the vast great wilderness until, at last, they stood on the shore of a serene mountain lake. "This is it, our destination," Changsun Ming announced, her voice steady with resolve. The rippling water reflected the afternoon sun, and a sense of quiet purpose settled over the group as they prepared for the challenge that awaited. Chapter 316. Thousands of miles south of Luotian Academy lies an immeasurable wilderness that stretches endlessly, its true size unknown. At its farthest reaches, this desolate expanse even brushes against the fringes of the northern wilderness divine continent. Not even venerables or emperors cross it in mere days. Many require 1 or 2 months of travel before they emerge on the other side. Here, the spiritual veins run dry, and the ambient spiritual energy is far weaker than anywhere else in the northern wilderness. In its place, a wild chaos energy seeps through earth and sky, a corrupted force that monsters feed on to hone their bodies to devastating perfection. Occasionally, human cultivators specializing in physical disciplines dare to train here, channeling that chaos energy through their meridians to strengthen their tendons, bones, and foundations, and achieving remarkable breakthroughs. Ye Cheng and his companions, however, are not yet skilled enough to venture deeply. They have skirted only the wilderness's outer rim, following faint traces and scattered clues left behind by the creature they pursue. The golden-horned thundercrow is a beast unique to the great wilderness, and despite its fearsome reputation, its potential is surprisingly limited. Even the most powerful specimens scarcely reach the emperor tier. The average adult only attains the Xuanwang level, and a true heavenly king is virtually unheard of. Yet it is coveted far and wide for the brilliant golden horn sprouting from its brow. Forgers prize that horn above almost any other ingredient. When fused into an emperor-grade spirit weapon, it not only toughens the embryonic core, but also harmonizes the blade with the celestial thunder path, greatly enhancing its power once it awakens. This was why Chang Sunming and his team had journeyed into the wilderness to hunt a golden-horned thundercrow and claim its horn. Under normal circumstances, such a mission would be all but impossible for disciples of Luoshen Academy, most of whom were stalled in the Calamity Realm or only half-king in strength. But this time, the situation was different. Among the students from Luoshen Academy who volunteered for the mission, one stood out by pedigree: Ye Cheng, the only son of the mayor of a human city bordering the great wilderness. His father, a formidable cultivator who had already reached the Emperor realm, had dispatched an urgent report to his son at the academy. A few months ago, the message read, a golden-horned thundercrow emerged from the heart of the great wilderness, swooped down on the town, and slaughtered many innocent civilians. One of my king-level warriors managed to wound it, but the creature relied on its innate escape technique to vanish back into the wild. Ye Cheng's news stirred excitement among his classmates, who were already inspired by their leader, Chang Sun-ming. Unlike Luoshen's celebrated prodigy Shen Yue, Chang Sun-ming possessed an easy warmth that drew ordinary students to him. He never demanded attention. He simply earned it through consistent effort and genuine kindness, leaving little room for jealousy. A young woman leaning close to Chang Sun-ming whispered with wide-eyed anticipation, "That golden-horned thundercrow must have used its escape art to dive into the lake. If we're to track it, this is where it should have reappeared." With that, the assembled students exchanged determined glances. Their task was clear: venture into the depths of the lake, confront the elusive thundercrow, and put an end to its reign of terror once and for all. It's severely injured. Its strength must be down to only half-king level. Then let's combine our efforts. Senior Sister Chang Sun will lead the formation. We'll set up a killing array, and with the king-level spirit weapon my father gave me, we should be able to finish it off. At her words, the Luoshan students all leaned forward, anticipation bright in their eyes. If they managed to hunt a golden-horned thundercrow, wounded or not, it would count as a successful miss, scion. Even if Chang Sun-ming claimed the head, the rest of the party would still split the remaining points equally. That alone would grant each of them enough rewards to enter the spiritual land and recuperate for over half a month. And a victory over a king-level beast, even an injured one, was exactly the sort of accomplishment to fire up cultivators who had barely reached disaster level. Chang Sun-ming's gaze sharpened with resolve. He nodded. "Very well. We'll follow Junior Sister's plan. But don't rush the formation. Get it in place first. I'll scout ahead and assess the situation. If anything changes, I can activate the formation at a moment's notice." At Chang Sun-ming's calm declaration, the gathered Luoshen disciples fell silent. One junior sister stepped forward, voice trembling with concern. "Senior sister, please be careful. The golden-horned thundercrow is a king-level beast. Even injured, It's not to be taken lightly. Chang Sun-ming simply smiled and turned away. The junior blushed, lowering her gaze in embarrassed defeat. Without another word, Chang Sun-ming lifted off the wooden dock, her black robes billowing like a shadow on the wind. She landed lightly on the lake's surface, her lotus steps barely disturbing the water. Extending her spirit sense beneath the waves, she searched the depths, and at last, her eyes fixed on the broad island rising from the lake's center. Touching down on the shore, she relaxed her posture and waited. A moment later, a piercing cry, twisted with malice, echoed across the water. Simultaneously, a bolt of dark purple light crackled through the sky like living thunder. The golden-horned thundercrow, sensing a human cultivator far beneath its power, shrieked in fury and beat its colossal wings, ready to strike. The crow was badly wounded, and a human cultivator's life force was exactly the kind of powerful tonic it needed to speed its recovery. With a thunderous scream, the golden-horned thunder crow, its wings stretching 30 feet or more, soared through the sky and hurtled straight at Ye Cheng. "Master Gu, watch out," one of the Luotian disciples on the shore called out, her voice trembling with worry. Around her, the other students froze in alarm, eyes wide at the monstrous bird's approach. But Ye Cheng stood his ground. Lightning crackled around him as he stepped forward rather than retreating. In one fluid motion he drew his sword, its blade ignited with cold, silver light. The next instant, he met the crow's charge head-on. "Chi!" The thunder crow lashed out, its beak snapping inches from Ye Cheng's face. A flicker of surprise danced in its golden eyes. It had expected to overwhelm a mere mortal. Although it held back from unleashing its deadliest techniques, the raw power behind its claws and beak could have pierced any ordinary half-king's defenses. Yet Ye Cheng matched it blow for blow. As talon met sword, the recoil shook the giant creature, and even its massive claw trembled from the force. Sword light and crackling energy intertwined in midair, each strike as fierce as the last, while Ye Cheng's expression remained calm and unbroken. This was no uneven fight. Human and thunder crow circled one another, evenly matched in strength and skill, each testing the other's limits under the storm-darkened sky. "He actually blocked it? How did he do that? Senior brother is incredible." A cluster of Luotian Academy's top prodigies stared open-mouthed at Ye Cheng. They all knew how formidable the golden-horned thunder crow was. Even injured, its cultivation hovered at the peak of the half-king stage. Ye Cheng himself was only in the early half-king stage. Such a vast gap in strength should have spelled his defeat, yet he'd simply shrugged off the first attack. Before they could recover, the thunder crow struck again. This time, fully aware of Ye Cheng's unexpected prowess, it unleashed its deadliest assault. Drawing on its remaining spiritual power, the beast blurred into a streak of purple-gold lightning, darting around Ye Cheng with astonishing speed. Every time it paused, it thrust out its colossal, crackling claws, each infused with thunderous energy, aiming a lethal slash at him. As Ye Cheng and his fellow disciples of Luotian Academy watched, the golden-horned thundercrow's strike darted forward with terrifying speed, swift enough to challenge even a king-level master. Their hearts leaped into their throats, but before panic could take hold, shock set in. Dang! 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 The clash of metal rang out across the vast island. The thunder crow's beak, crackling with electricity, swooped in like a lightning bolt, only to meet Chang Sun-ming's blade. Her swordplay was poetry in motion. Each stroke flowed seamlessly, mesmerizing the onlookers as if a mighty river had burst from the heavens. The torrent of blade light fanned out to surround her, deflecting every flash of thunder the bird unleashed. Then, in one breathtaking reversal, defense turned to offense. Chang Sun-ming's sword arcs converged into a surging flood of radiant energy, barreling forward with the force of 1,000 pounding waves. With a single, thunderous impact, the river of steel struck the golden-horned thundercrow squarely. A piercing shriek split the air. Under the stupefied gazes of the Luotian disciples, the once proud beast reeled from the blow, tumbling upside down as it hurtled toward the ground. Although the golden-horned thundercrow was already gravely wounded, its cultivation had reached the pinnacle of half-king, and with a monster's constitution like that, no early-stage Xuanwang would dare claim it could defeat the bird one-on-one. Yet in a single brutal shin break, the crow's breastbone caved in. A geyser of blood arced into the sky. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. This fearsome creature had been mortally injured by Ye Cheng, alone. Chapter 317. The Tao rhyme woven into this sword style isn't just at the heavenly venerable level, it's reached the saint venerable realm. On the vast island, Changsun Ming's eyes went wide. She stared at the golden-horned thundercrow, its form mangled and its fighting spirit utterly broken. Her heart thumped in her chest. The force behind that single slash had exceeded every expectation. Even more astonishing was the surge of Tao resonance she felt echoing within her own mind. Before now, she had understood this technique's essence as a torrent of sword light, like an unstoppable river racing toward the sea. But in that instant, she realized her perception had been too limited. It wasn't just a mighty river, it was an entire sublime domain of sword mastery. Struck by sudden insight, Changsun Ming fell into deep reflection, her sword arm lingering in midair. Farther back, the Luotian students who had accompanied her from the shoreline watched with growing unease. They'd invited senior sister Changsun Ming to join their ranks, and everyone knew she was gifted, but none of them had imagined her strength could have leapt so dramatically. Even a heavily wounded golden-horned thundercrow fell before her sword with astonishing ease. To have overcome such a foe single-handedly at only the early half-king level was nothing short of miraculous. "How on earth did she train?" someone whispered. "I heard she ventured deep into the spirit domain not long ago," another replied. Dean mentioned a legendary sword master dwelling there. Supposedly she sought him out to refine her sword technique. "Ridiculous," scoffed a third. "No sword master could boost her power so drastically in such a brief time." But if such a master did exist, his skill would have to surpass even the Tianzun, perhaps rivaling the exalted Shengzun. In that case, he'd be powerful enough to lead the 100 colleges of the Yingyue divine dynasty itself. And just how formidable would that make senior sister Changsun's secret teacher? None of them dared to speculate. Ye Cheng stood with the other Luotian Academy students on the shore of the giant island, watching as the contenders from the dozen highest-ranked 100 college-level schools strutted across the sands. Their confident swagger and well-earned reputations marked them as the true leaders of this trial. No wonder everyone had been so excited. "Chi!" A sharp cry cut through the air. In the distance, birdsong rippled like thunder, and then in a flash of purple-gold lightning, a colossal divine bird swept over the island. Its wings crackled with static, its eyes flickered red with murderous intent, and in an instant, it zeroed in on Changsun Ming. Ye Cheng's heart slammed against his ribs as the divine bird locked its gaze on the Luotian team. But before he could warn them, it dove again, sweeping past the others on the shore, as if they were nothing more than obstacles in its path. "Another golden-horned thundercrow?" someone shouted. The assembled students went pale. The young female prodigy who had guided them here, a daughter of one of Luotian's directors, staggered back, her face drained of color. Everything she'd been told about these trials, everything her father had briefed her on, it simply didn't add up. Moments later, a sharp, anguished croak came from the waters where Ye Cheng and his companions had first landed. The injured golden-horned thundercrow, its wing broken in an earlier skirmish, struggled to rise, ruffling its feathers in alarm. Seeing its mate strike once more at human prey, it let out a desperate, haunting call. It all clicked. The two golden-horned thundercrows weren't solitary hunters by chance. They were a bonded pair, driven apart by injury, and they'd come here hunting humans, in separate strikes. The wounded female had sought refuge in the shallows, hoping to hide. A sudden hush fell over the trial grounds. Ye Cheng tightened his grip on his spear, eyes darting between the two divine birds. The coming battle would be far deadlier than anyone had expected, and somewhere in the thunder of flapping wings, Ye Cheng felt the true trial begin. Ye Cheng's heart sank as he took in the scene ahead. The golden-horned thundercrow and its mate had found them at last. The female crow lay wounded on the ground, her feathers singed and bloodied, but the male stood tall and unscathed, his aura rippling with genuine Xuanwang power. Even at its weakest, early-stage Xuanwang, this was a threat far beyond anything the Luotian students could hope to match. "Everyone, I'm sorry," the girl at Ye Cheng's side, one of the Academy's brightest, called out, teeth clenched. I'll hold them off. You all get to safety. She grabbed Ye Cheng by the arm and jabbed a warning finger toward the towering cliffs of the giant island in the distance. But the students froze, wide-eyed and helpless. They knew they couldn't hope to outrun a Xuanwang cultivator, much less these supernatural crows whose speed and ferocity were legendary. We're not going anywhere, Ye Cheng said, his voice steady despite the fear pounding in his chest. We'll hold them here together. Another student, Li Wen, a formation specialist, shook his head. That won't work. Their realm of power completely overshadows ours. If we stay, we'll just get picked off one by one. A heavy silence fell over the group as they exchanged anguished looks. Their best chance was to buy time, to regroup and call for aid. Then let's do it, Ye Cheng said, stepping forward. Set up the emergency formation. Send word back to the academy for reinforcements. If we can stall them here, our classmates can come to our rescue. At once, the circle broke. Li Wen and two others knelt, sweeping intricate seals in the air. Threads of faint light snaked out of their fingertips, anchoring themselves into the ground. The runes pulsed, ready to form a barrier strong enough to hold back a few moments. Ye Cheng moved to stand beside the girl. Zhao Mei, one of Luotian's top prodigies, who was already drawing her sword, its blade humming with starlight. We'll hold the front line, he told her, gripping his own weapon. Let the formation do its work. Zhao Mei nodded once, her eyes blazing. Be careful of their lightning attacks. Focus on the male, it's the stronger link in their bond. If we can force it to retreat, the female will follow. As Li Wen finished the last seals and activated the formation, a crackling barrier shimmered into existence. Within its bounds, the students took their positions. Outside, the male crow let out a thunderous caw and launched forward, lightning crackling from its wings. Ye Cheng felt his pulse quicken, but he held firm. Today, they would stand together. Today, they would buy just enough time for help to arrive. And no matter what, he would not let his friends fall. Just then, they realized Changsun Ming was completely oblivious to the danger. She stood motionless, her eyes dark and distant, as if lost in some private trance. Senior Sister Changsun, someone whispered, panic creeping into every voice. The Luotian disciples froze. Their entire battle formation against the Golden Horn Thundercrow depended on Changsun Ming's support. Without her, even their strongest techniques couldn't hope to halt a Xuanwang-level beast. But in her current state, she was utterly helpless. Above them, the massive black Thundercrow, its crown of golden horns gleaming, caught sight of Changsun Ming standing alone below. It tasted the blood on her sword, the lingering scent of its fallen ally, and felt the cold aura of vengeance riding on the wind. With a deafening screech, it spread its vast wings and plunged toward her. Senior Sister Changsun, watch out! The disciples' faces drained of color as they raised their voices in a single, terrified chorus. Ye Cheng's eyes snapped open just as the golden horned thunder crow dove for the kill. A single bright star flared to life in his gaze, and he whispered, I see it now. This is the sword's true power. Without a trace of fear, he lifted his blade. Every student and Luotian Academy froze as a blade of pure, white light shot skyward. In that instant, it didn't look like a sword beam at all, but a roaring river. The legendary Kangjiang, hundreds of feet long, surging upstream against heaven itself. The great river of light slammed into the Xuanwang-level Thundercrow with the force of a tempest. For a heartbeat, they were locked in fierce equilibrium, beast against blade spirit, until a sickening crack split the air. The Thundercrow shrieked as bone and sinew snapped beneath the onslaught of Ye Cheng's awakened sword technique. Silence fell. The students stared, mouths agape, at the smoking ruins of the monstrous bird and the young man standing triumphant amid the flickering aftermath of his blade's true potential. Under stunned gazes, Changsun Ming's sword sheared through the Xuanwang-grade golden horned Thundercrow as if it were paper. The blade's radiance didn't stop there. It sent up a shower of blood-like petals before punching clean through the creature's hill-sized body, splitting it in two. The severed halves drifted lifelessly into the sky. Dead! It's dead! Someone whispered. They really killed a Xuanwang-level Thundercrow so easily, cried another. Am I dreaming? A third murmured, eyes wide in disbelief. A hush fell over the crowd. Everyone stood frozen, hearts pounding, scarcely able to believe the fallen giant before them. Chang Sun-ming herself felt her pulse hammering in her temples. In that critical moment, the currents of sword intent she'd been meditating on flowed through her like a raging river. Her understanding leapt to a higher plane, her spiritual foundation crystallizing with unprecedented clarity. And yet, the deeper her insight ran, the more fiercely her pulse raced, for she now recognized how shallow her former grasp of the Beiming sword style had truly been. The sword technique before her was far beyond anything she'd ever seen at the saint level. Even though she had only just grasped a sliver of its true spirit, it had carried her across an entire cultivation realm, and she'd slain a Xuan King-ranked beast in a single stroke. Moves like these weren't something even a Saint Venerable could casually invent. Many Dao Venerables would struggle to achieve them. Who exactly was this senior? Chang Sun-mingfang's heart shook at the memory of Ye Cheng sitting in silent meditation by the spirit pond. Her pulse thundered in her ears, and she couldn't keep her thoughts from racing. Have you heard? Senior Sister Chang Sun led a small team into the great wilderness, and with her ultimate sword technique, brought down a golden-horned thunder crow. That's nothing new. I heard about it ages ago, but apparently the thunder crow was already wounded. Who's to say its strength even reached genuine half-king perfection? You're behind the times. I just heard from the mission department instructor that Senior Sister Chang Sun and her team brought back more than one thunder crow horn. At first, they probably aimed for an injured golden-horned thunder crow, another student went on, but in the end, they faced a full-strength specimen, and Senior Sister Chang Sun still managed to kill it. What? By the time Chang Sun-ming and her companions stepped onto the academy grounds, word had already spread, and excitement crackled through every corridor of Luotian Academy. Many students remembered the tale of how Chang Sun-ming once felled a Black King-level monster in the Great Swamp using only her sword. Hearing that she'd faced and defeated a full-power golden-horned thunder crow only heightened their astonishment, and surprisingly, their admiration for Ye Cheng. But Ye Cheng himself paid little attention to the murmurs. He was hunched over the purple chi cauldron of all living beings, utterly absorbed in its refinement. No matter how eager his classmates were, no matter how many questions they had, they could only watch wistfully as he frowned over his work, offering no guidance. The sole exception was Chang Sun-ming. Ye Cheng respected her keen insight, natural, aptitude, and upright character, so he allowed her to seek his advice whenever she wished. A few other prodigies who had accompanied Chang Sun-ming into the great wilderness also returned with stories of her prowess, and through her came to hold Ye Cheng in equal esteem. Even though Ye Cheng had refused to give them any more instruction, several students still burned through merit points to slip into the spirit land from time to time, all for another glimpse of him, earning nothing but odd stares from their classmates. When Xianxia heard about it, she scoffed. That Ye Cheng might have some tricks, but at best, he's only a venerable. I doubt he's even reached Saint Venerable status. Beside her, the venerable matriarch, her aged form, nothing more than a projection of her residual soul, spoke softly, afraid her disciples' scorn would grow too sharp. Xianxia simply curled a contemptuous smile. Relax, master. Their antics won't bother me. I just find the whole thing utterly pathetic. Word of the heavenly venerable's inheritance had the students positively giddy. They fawned over Ye Cheng as if he were royalty. To Shenyu, their sycophancy was the height of absurdity. Such shallow theatrics from a bunch of nobodies, she sneered. The matriarch let out a soft chuckle. My dear, your tongue is as sharp as ever, but perhaps you're a bit biased. It's precisely because this place is so small that Ye Cheng will naturally be hailed as a master and eagerly sought after. Chapter 318, The 100 Academy War Begins. No one noticed the sly exchange of glances between master and disciple, and Ye Cheng couldn't have cared less. His days had fallen into a comfortable routine. Besides tempering the purple chi cauldron of all living beings to refine his fortune energy, he spent his free moments teaching sword techniques to Chang Sun-ming. He also met frequently with Luo Li, pinpointing the bottlenecks in her cultivation and advising her on how to break through. Each insight only deepened her admiration for him. At last, the day of the 100 Academy War arrived. News of this grand competition swept across the Yingyue Divine Dynasty, setting the entire realm abuzz with excitement. In Shoujo, the Changsun family's stately mansion stood as the power center of the state. Within its ornate halls, an early-stage Xuanzun presided over a gathering of the dynasty's senior officials. As they assembled beneath glittering lanterns and silk banners, eager smiles and hushed conversations filled the air. Everyone was brimming with anticipation for the spectacle about to unfold. At the center of the grand hall sat Changsun Lu, head of the Changsun family, and his wife, surrounded by the clan's senior elders, all offering their warm congratulations. Encircling them stood the family's young warriors, their eyes fixed on a single figure in silver robes. They gathered like stars around the moon, their faces alight with admiration, even servility. That silver-robed youth was Changsun Ba, the eldest scion of the current generation and older brother to Changsun Ming. After years of rigorous training at Zhengming Academy, he had returned home in full strength. His cultivation now refined to the half-king level, his combat prowess rivaling that of an early Xuanwang. Earlier today, he had swept through the martial arena, defeating every other Changsun prodigy in succession. Flush with triumph, Changsun Ba allowed himself a moment of defiance. He turned to his father, Changsun Lu, a confident smile playing on his lips. "Father," he called out, his voice carrying through the hall, "I haven't failed the family, or the Zhengming Academy slot you and Mother secured for me. Have I?" A ripple of knowing murmurs ran through the assembled guests. Many remembered all too well the heated debates over that prized academy quota years ago. Lord Changsung Lu couldn't help but think of his little daughter back in Luotian. A pang of guilt washed over him, but he banished it just as quickly. Turning back to his son, he smiled and nodded enthusiastically. "Remarkable, Baer, you've truly outdone yourself." It wasn't that Lord Changsung was heartless, it was simply that his son had excelled beyond all expectations. At the pinnacle of the half-king realm, Baer had just demonstrated the power to crush an early-stage Xuan Wang opponent. Such a feat would secure him a spot among the top 300 competitors in the 100 Academy competition, the premier contest for the young cultivators of the Yingyue Divine Dynasty. Out of more than 100,000 gifted youths, making the top 300 was tantamount to a guaranteed rise to heavenly venerable status. With such credentials, the Changsun family's future would be all but assured. At Lord Changsung's side, Baer's mother spoke up at the perfect moment. "My love," she said, brushing a stray lock of hair from her face, "if Baer's performance has satisfied you so fully, why do you still hesitate? Shouldn't Baer be named young master?" At Mrs. Changsun's suggestion, the senior elders exchanged uneasy glances. Traditionally, the title of young master could only be granted by the clan leader, and only to someone who had proven themselves superior to every other prodigy in the family. Changsun Ba was undeniably powerful, but Changsun Ming had yet to return from his journey. The family had already been uneasy about Ming's prolonged absence. To leapfrog him now and hand the title to Baer felt presumptuous. Before the elders could voice their objections, Changsun Ba stepped forward, his eyes flashing defiantly. "Elders," he said, his voice ringing through the hall, "do you question my qualifications? I, Changsun Ba, stand before you." He paused, surveying the assembly. "If Changsun Ming had returned today, I would still overpower him single-handedly. Who else in this clan is fit to be young master but me?" Murmurs rose among the gathered elders, many moving to argue. But at that moment, Changsun Lu, Baer's father and the clan leader, raised his hand, silencing them in an instant. "My son speaks the truth," he declared. "We appoint Changsun Ba as the new young master of the Changsun family." Changsun Lu set his teacup down with a quiet clink, silencing the servants waiting in the grand hall. He fixed his gaze on his son, pride shining in his eyes. "To be a truly powerful man," he said, voice firm and confident, "you must carry yourself with absolute authority. From this day forward, the title of young master is yours." He paused, letting the weight of his words settle. The 100 Academy battle is only days away. When the contest begins, every elder of our clan will be there to cheer you on, Ye Cheng. Across the continent, both Yingyue Divine Dynasty Academy and Molong Academy buzzed with feverish excitement. In Molong's spacious inner courtyard, clusters of students pressed forward, eager for a glimpse of the official roster of champions chosen to represent their school in the legendary 100 Academy battle. Molong Academy, proudly holding third place among the 100 academies, bristled with confidence. Thanks to their far-reaching intelligence network, they already had dossiers on many rival prodigies. Yet none of that mattered today. All eyes were fixed on the announcement board as an usher unfolded the parchment scroll and called out the names. A ripple of cheers broke out the moment the list was fully visible. Some students high-fived in delight, others stared in disbelief. The announcement of Molong's third-ranked genius, an unanticipated choice that far surpassed every expectation, sent the courtyard into an uproar of applause and excited chatter. Senior sister Yuan Jinyi actually qualified for the duel? Unbelievable. Jinyi, you've only been at the academy 3 years, and you already command this level of power? It's incredible. And she's ranked so high. Just how strong is she? Murmurs of astonishment rippled through the Molong students. Before anyone could speculate further, a fresh commotion in the distance drew every eye. What was happening now? A small crowd had gathered around a newly posted roster, a list of prodigies from Luotian Academy, a school so obscure it didn't even break the top 100. Luotian Academy, they whispered among themselves. Where did this come from? Why the sudden fuss? Molong students pressed forward for a closer look. As the names and rankings came into focus, excited chatter gave way to stunned silence. No way. Is this for real? In all of Luotian Academy, there were only 1 or 2 cultivators at the Xuanzun level. Even the mighty Molong Empire, with its far-reaching intelligence network, had scarcely bothered to gather information on such a minor institution. Until now, their knowledge of Luotian had been all but non-existent. Yet here it was, in black and white, a list of hidden geniuses, poised to shake the ranks of every great academy. Only the academy's top genius appears on the roster so far, and even that single name has sent shockwaves through the Luotian ranks. On the list, Shen Yue, Xuanwang Perfection. Xuanwang Perfection? A Molong student repeated in disbelief. Are you serious? Even if he doesn't break the battle's top 10, he's guaranteed a spot in the top 30. How could such talent emerge from some obscure backwater? Another muttered, awe heavy in his voice. They buzzed excitedly until a soft breeze stirred the air. In that instant, the murmurs died away. All eyes turned skyward, where a graceful figure in a scarlet robe drifted down on crimson clouds. It was Molong Academy's third genius, Yuan Jinyi. Bring me that list, she commanded, her voice cool as autumn wind. The student clutching the Luotian roster dropped to one knee and offered it with trembling hands. Yuan Jinyi took it, cast a single, appraising glance at Shen Yue's name, and let her amber eyes flicker, just for a heartbeat, before her features smoothed into indifference. Such hype over a mere Xuanwang? Not even worth our notice. She smirked, then lifted a slender hand and released her cultivation in a silent wave. Where moments before the Molong disciples had stood agog, now they wilted under the weight of her power, their earlier astonishment wiped clean. Ye Cheng stood amid the excited buzz of his Molong Academy classmates as they all stared up at the announcement boards. Heavens, he breathed, squinting at the characters. Senior Yuan Jinyi has broken through to the Heavenly King realm? One of his friends exclaimed. Of course he has. Another cheered. No wonder Molong chose him to represent us in this battle. A ripple of approval went through the Molong students. They glanced down the line of matchups for Luotian Academy and couldn't help but sneer. As expected, our Heavenly King versus their Xuanwang, someone jeered. The gap between them is a chasm. Even Luotian's best, Shen Yue included, aren't in our league. Raucous laughter followed, and all eyes turned condescendingly toward Shen Yue. They ignored the second Luotian duelist altogether, Changsun Ming, whose strength remained untested. Across the arena, Luotian students exchanged determined looks, rubbing their gloves in anticipation. Ye Cheng watched them warily, sensing the tension coil tighter with each passing second. On the raised platform, Shen Yue stood motionless, his expression cool and unyielding as always. He lifted his gaze just long enough to glance at Changsun Ming, then returned his steely stare to the Molong side, arrogance written in every line of his posture. Behind him, Changsun Ming remained quiet and observant, the air around him calm, but charged with potential. A hush fell over the gathered spectators. The first duel was moments away from beginning, and both academies held their breath. Ye Cheng's eyes flicked to the faint ripples of energy still dancing around Chang Ming's body. Clearly, he hadn't broken through to the Heavenly King realm, only fully awakened his mysterious king potential. Ye Cheng's expression hardened into thinly veiled disdain. When Luo Li approached, the corners of his mouth twitched. Her arrival only deepened his irritation, but he kept his disapproval carefully hidden. In Xianyue's mind, this retreat should have vaulted her directly into the Heavenly King tier. Instead, fate had stalled her at Mysterious King perfection. Even under the tutelage of her master, that level barely matched an ordinary Heavenly King's might, hardly the quantum leap she'd anticipated. Frustration gnawed at her. It's all this Luotian Academy's fault, Xianyue seethed under her breath. With my talent and credentials, I ought to have broken through to Heavenly King. No question. One of her disciples bowed low, voice soft but firm. Mistress, you're right to feel disappointed. But don't lose heart. Circumstances change. Your breakthrough will come, sooner than you think. In the upcoming 100 Academies battle, you'll have the perfect chance to make a name for yourself, Xianyue declared, her eyes shining with excitement. Once we're famous, we can return to Luotian and, under my master's order, seize the sect's treasures. Then we'll set out and explore the wider world. A faint, elderly voice echoed in Xianyue's mind, the lingering soul of the old woman dwelling within her, and it whispered encouragement. The closer Xianyue grew to this hidden guardian, the more fiercely loyal she became. Standing nearby, Chang Ming regarded Xianyue's enthusiasm with serene detachment. Her excitement, however, was all the more intense because of one man, Ye Cheng. Under his guidance over the past months, her cultivation had soared. She'd already reached the pinnacle of the half-king realm, an astonishing feat. Though Ye Cheng warned that she had yet to fully master his Beiming sword style, Xianyue's confidence only deepened. Chang Ming watched her silently, then reflected inwardly. Even without completely comprehending Ye Cheng's secret sword technique, my own strength is more than enough to challenge any Heavenly King. This coming battle will prove it. He must make a name for his master, the head of Luoli Academy, and for his own school, and at the same time avenge the disgrace he suffered before. Qingchen City stands as a grand metropolis. Though it isn't the imperial capital of the Yingyu divine dynasty, its significance is scarcely any less. As the dynasty's transportation hub, it links every state and serves as the crossroads of countless trade routes. Today, the city, already a bustling center of commerce and culture, hums with even greater excitement. The 100 Academy battle is being held here. Scholars and prodigies from every academy across the divine dynasty have converged on Qingqian, drawing throngs of cultivators eager to witness the next generation of powerhouses. Among these contestants may well emerge the future Tianzun, Saint Zun, or even Dao Zun, the very pillars upon which the dynasty's greatness rests. The prospect of discovering such legends in the making has captivated everyone's attention. Even those without official credentials to enter the arena have gathered outside its gates, craning their necks for a glimpse of the competitors and speculating on who will claim victory. Expectant eyes scan the grand entrance, all awaiting the decisive moment when the 100 Academy battle crowns its champion. At the competition grounds, every qualified cultivator filled the stands, their eyes shining with anticipation as they waited for the prodigies from the various academies to make their entrance. "Look, over there," someone whispered urgently. "That's Dongxiao College. They rank in the top 10 of the 100 Colleges Alliance. Their generation chief is rumored to be the son of a pure-blooded green dragon. He has so much dragon blood in him that his strength is said to be off the charts." A few seats down, another voice chimed in. "Don't miss the Tianxing Academy team. That's next. I've heard their standout genius is incredibly talented. Some say his cultivation is nearly on par with a perfected Xuan sovereign." Then came the biggest stir of all. Over by the Eastern Gate, Molong College's delegation. I swear I see more than one Tian sovereign-level genius in their ranks. As each new group of prodigies entered the arena, some deliberately radiated their cultivation, drawing awed gasps and hushed murmurs from the crowd. The atmosphere crackled with excitement and a slight edge of intimidation. At last, a contingent from Zhengming College appeared, having taken their place early in the waiting area. Among them moved Ye Cheng, calm and composed, his dark eyes scanning the arena as he prepared for what lay ahead. Changsun Ba stood proudly among the assembled prodigies, his gaze sweeping the crowd with undisguised arrogance. At just 18, he'd already perfected the half-king realm, a feat that, while still short of the top-tier geniuses from the premier colleges, was nearly unheard of in the rest of the 100 colleges. Whispers of admiration followed in his wake, only bolstering his swagger. Then his eyes found a familiar figure. A cruel smirk tugged at his lips as he leaned toward the Zhengming team leader. "Watch this," he murmured. Before anyone could react, he turned on his heel, left the Zhengming ranks, and strolled over to the Luotian College contingent. Fixing his gaze on Chang Sunming, he sneered. "So Chang Sunming, the daughter of a maid, managed to get herself here after all?" Though they were siblings, Changsun Ba showed her not an ounce of brotherly warmth. He spoke her name with cold contempt, treating her more like a lowly servant than family. "Have you come here just to bring disgrace upon the Changsun clan? You there, how dare you speak to our Luotian disciples that way?" Before Changsun Ming could answer, Luo Li appeared, her steps as light as falling lotus petals, her face icy. The moment she spoke, the overwhelming aura of a Xuanzun expert slammed into Changsun Ba, driving him back several paces. Changsun Ba staggered, eyes wide in shock. He had never expected Luo Li to leap to her fellow disciple's defense with such force, but he refused to yield. Clenching his teeth, he sneered, "Fine, senior sister, I'll say no more, except to pass one message along to my sister." He drew out the word sister and let it drip with contempt. Then, with a flourish, he lifted his brocade robe to expose a golden spirit pendant at his waist, the seal script character Chang Sun engraved upon it. Changsun Ming's eyes flickered at the sight. Changsun Ba leaned back with a triumphant grin. The pendant alone marked him as the young master of the Changsun family. Changsun Ba had always known his sister's ambitions ran deep. Since childhood, Changsun Ming had driven herself mercilessly to prove her talent to the family, to earn their father's approval and clear their late mother's name. The coveted title of young master was the prize she pursued above all else. So on his last return home, Ba had brazenly petitioned Patriarch Changsun Lu for that very position, declaring, "Heaven decides our fates. No matter how hard we strive, we can never close the gap between realms." With that, Changsun Ba exhaled slowly, unleashing the overwhelming might of a half-king. A pressure like rolling thunder bore down on Ming. "Do you feel it? That chasm between us, an abyss you can never cross." He studied her, eager to see panic or envy flare in her eyes, or at least some sign of wounded pride. Instead, Ming's expression remained unruffled. Her eyes flickered, just for a heartbeat, then cooled into complete indifference. "Have you finished?" she asked, her voice calm and dismissive. Thrown off balance by her composure, Changsun Ba's confidence wavered. He could only manage a hesitant nod. "Then why are you still here?" "You." Changsun Ba's face darkened. He opened his mouth to lash out at Changsun Ming again, ordering her to quit playing games, but a sharp glance from Dean Luo Li silenced him. Mocked and humiliated, he spun on his heel and stalked away. As he retreated, his eyes blazed with cold fury. "Fine," he snarled under his breath. "This bitch! When the tournament starts, I'll make sure she pays for this." He'd never forget how badly Ming had beaten him today. "Xiao Ming, are you all right?" Dean Luo Li hurried forward as Changsun Ba stormed off. Her brow was knotted with worry. Changsun Ming offered a gentle smile and waved her off. "Don't worry, Dean. I'm fine. Actually, today taught me a lot." She turned and caught sight of Ye Cheng stepping up beside Luo Li. Her eyes sparkled with renewed confidence. Changsun Ba's outburst had only confirmed what she already knew. The Changsun family wasn't worth her time or energy. There were far greater challenges and greater motivations waiting for her on the horizon. Changsun Ming stood at attention, her gaze shifting between Ye Cheng and Dean Luo Li. Gratitude shone in her eyes, but there was something else there too, an unyielding fighting spirit. She remembered Dean Luo Li's patient guidance over the years, and above all, the master she'd come to revere, Ye Cheng, who had personally coached her in the intricacies of the Beiming sword style. A warm glow spread through her chest. All the ambition she once felt to prove herself before the Xianxia clan or to carve out a name in the 100 Colleges War now paled in comparison. What mattered most was honoring her mentors, showing them that their teachings had borne fruit. Luo Li leaned forward, a relieved smile softening his stern features. Her insight has improved again, he murmured, more to himself than anyone else. He glanced at Ye Cheng, whose strength and skill far exceeded his own, and yet even he found himself astonished by the progress of this one student. The young girl he had accepted on a whim had awakened a remarkable synergy between two fate attributes, perseverance and divine reward. Though each fate was only mid-tier gold, their combined effect was nothing short of extraordinary. Ye Cheng watched Changsun Ming with quiet approval. He had always known her potential ran deep, but this latest breakthrough surprised him as well. The glow in Ming's eyes wasn't just the fervor of a warrior, it was the fire of someone determined to honor the bonds of mentorship. And in that moment, student and teacher alike felt the promise of greatness stirring on the horizon. Ye Cheng's heart raced as he watched the competitors line up at the edge of the arena. He'd heard rumors that before long, even 9th-grade gold-rank prodigies, or perhaps the very first of the red-rank students, would steal the spotlight. He couldn't wait to see what Changsun Ming, his promising little disciple, might accomplish under this pressure. On the far side of the ring, a herald stepped forward with a scroll of names. Next up for the random draw duels, he announced, is Changsun Ba of Zhengming Academy. At his name, a tall youth with an unwavering gaze strode onto the platform. The other summoned geniuses took their places, blades glinting in the torchlight, each awaiting the fate of the draw. The herald raised his voice so the entire crowd could hear. Attention, contestants. The 100 Academy battle consists of 2 rounds. Round 1 is the random draw duel. Every participant will be matched 10 times. Victory earns you 10 points. Defeat costs you 10 points. After 10 bouts, only those who have accumulated more than 50 points will advance. He paused to let the weight of his words settle before continuing. Round 2, the challenge phase, opens to everyone who surpasses 50 points. In this stage, you may freely call out any eligible opponent. Should you win, you claim half of your rival's victory points. If you exhaust all your challenge opportunities, you must still accept any incoming challenge. This phase lasts 1 full day. Prepare yourselves. As the herald finished, the arena erupted in cheers and shouts. Ye Cheng exhaled slowly. This was it. The moment when raw talent and strategic daring would decide who truly ranked among the 100 Academy's finest. And he would be watching every move, especially those made by Changsun Ming. During this period, every qualified talent must personally initiate at least 3 duels before they can appear on the leaderboard. Rankings are then determined by accumulated victory points. Those who place within the top 300 will be declared winners of the 100 Colleges War and receive rewards from the Divine Dynasty. The higher the rank, the richer the prize. With that announcement, the random draw duels began. One by one, gifted contestants strode onto the arena platform, each performance more dazzling than the last, eliciting murmurs of admiration from the crowd. A contingent from Luotian Academy also stepped forward, eager to prove themselves. Beside Ye Cheng, Luo Li pointed out details of the rules and strategies, ensuring Ye Cheng felt ready for his own challenges. Suddenly, a rising cry of astonishment swept through the stands. Everyone, spectators and Luotian students alike, turned toward the central square arena. There, towering over the fallen form of a once confident opponent, stood Changsun Ba. His posture was calm but commanding. The defeated genius, whose very presence had seemed formidable moments before, lay on the ground in stunned defeat. The Luotian students' faces went pale, and the onlookers exchanged surprised glances. Clearly, Changsun Ba's victory had exceeded all expectations, and just like that, the real intensity of the 100 Colleges War had only begun to reveal itself. Is that his 4th match? 4 victories in a row, he's almost guaranteed promotion. And his latest opponent was a 100 Academy sequence prodigy from an academy ranked even higher than Zhengming's. Yet he beat her soundly. This young man is unbelievable. A ripple of excited whispers swept through the stands as spectators stared at Changsun Ba in astonishment. Among them, the Changsun family members, Changsun Lu included, could barely contain their pride and excitement. On the stage, Changsun Ba's cheeks flushed with triumph. He dared not look away from the nearby arena. There, Changsun Ming had just dispatched her first opponent, too, but her victory felt hollow by comparison. Ming's challenger came from an unranked academy, one whose reputation didn't even merit a spot in the 100A academy sequence. The gap between Ming's opponent and Changsun Ba's latest rival was as wide as an abyss. This is like comparing a shooting star to a candle, someone murmured, and the crowd fervently nodded in agreement. Chapter 320. Changsun Ba leaned over the barrier and sneered, deliberately raising his voice so Changsun Ming could hear. "What are you looking at, Ming? Don't think you'll even make it into the challenge match. You'll be out before you start." Changsun Ming stayed perfectly still, her calm expression unchanged. She didn't even glance in his direction, and the challenge in her eyes only made Ba's grin falter. Just then, the announcer called his name. Match 5 was about to begin. One win here, and he'd secure his ticket to the next round. "Bayer, don't waste your breath on that girl," Ba's mother yelled from the stands, tugging at her husband's sleeve. "She probably won't even qualify for the challenge match, right, dear?" Mr. Changsun cleared his throat, cheeks flushed, and offered a reluctant nod. Yes, Bayer. Just concentrate on your match." He stole a guilty glance at Changsun Ming, who still refused to meet his eyes, as if he and his family didn't exist. Shame and regret twisted in his chest. But before he could say another word, the referee's whistle cut through the air, and Changsun Ba had to turn his attention back to the arena. Bang! A muffled thud rang out across the ring, yanking Ye Cheng's attention back to the match. He leaned forward, eyes narrowing in disbelief. Moments ago, Changsun Ba had still been brimming with arrogance, confident that he would dominate this bout. Now, he lay sprawled on the canvas like dead ash, utterly subdued by his opponent's single hand. That opponent was none other than Lu Qingmu, the prodigy of the Great Way of Wood. Even though Lu Qingmu's cultivation level barely reached mid-King Realm, the force behind his every motion was enough to make seasoned late-stage King Realm practitioners blanch. Changsun Ba hadn't even managed a single counterattack before being overpowered. The referee declared him the loser, and he slunk off the ring in shame. The Changsun family's elders, who had been cheering wildly just moments ago, sat in stunned silence. Finally, Changsun Ba's mother rose, smoothing her robes with forced composure. "Bayer, don't be discouraged. That young man, Lu Qingmu, truly is extraordinary. I've already made inquiries. He's a rising star from Wanlin College." A murmur rippled through the hall. Wanlin College was one of the top 20 institutions in the 100 Colleges Alliance, its reputation far eclipsing that of Zhengming Academy. Their families were all counted among the expected top 100 geniuses in the 100 Colleges war, so losing wasn't a disgrace. Besides, Changsun Ba's mother soothed, "You've already won 4 matches. One more victory, and you're in the second round. That's better than that witch who might not even make it through." Encouraged by his mother's words, Changsun Ba managed a small smile and stole a glance toward Ye Cheng, silently seeking reassurance. It looked as though Ye Cheng sensed his brother's gaze. Before Ba could dwell on it, the announcer's voice rang out again. Next duel, Rose Academy's Ye Cheng versus Wanlin Academy's prodigy, Lu Qingmu. The arena hushed. Lu Qingmu had just notched several victories in a row. Despite only being at the semi-perfect cultivation level, his prowess was famed. No ordinary mid-stage Xuanwang could hope to stand against him. Now, as he prepared to face Ye Cheng, the crowd leaned forward, eager to witness the showdown. The moment Lu Qingmu's next opponent was announced, the crowd's excitement drained away. Changsun Ming, it turned out, came from a minor academy that didn't even make the 100 Academy sequence. Hardly the sort of rival anyone expected Lu Qingmu to break a sweat over. "He won't last a single hit against him," murmured the spectators. "I was hoping for some hidden trick or secret technique, but this is a bust." Disappointed whispers rippled through the stands, but not everyone was dismayed. Changsun Ba leaned back with a smug grin. "Just you wait," he taunted. "This fellow's about to suffer the most humiliating defeat imaginable." In Changsun Ba's eyes, Ming's cultiva tie-in level didn't even reach half-king status, no match for Lu Qingmu's power. Before Changsun Ba could savor Ming's downfall, Both fighters had already stepped into the arena. Lu Qingmu spared no time on formalities. He regarded Chang Sun-ming as beneath his notice, then unleashed his attack. Spiritual energy surged outward, weaving thousands of living vines into a colossal net that crackled with power. With that single, practiced move, one he had used to overwhelm every previous challenger, he ensnared Chang Sun-ming and pressed him into submission. Ye Cheng's killing aura surged through the arena, powerful enough to decide the duel and to cloak his true strength from any rival observers. Just as he believed the battle was all but over, Chang Sun-ming sprang into action. In a flash, her lithe form became a streak of light, rippling with rainbow hues as she leapt high into the air. With a single, fluid motion, she swung her magic sword, and a blade of brilliant energy cleaved the huge net in two, sending its pieces scattering. Then, as if she herself had become the sword, Chang Sun-ming hurtled down toward Lu Qingmu with unerring precision and lethal speed. In the same heartbeat, she reappeared at his side on the ground and struck with a thunderous boom. The crowd went utterly silent. Lu Qingmu, long tipped to break into the top 100 at the 100 Academy War, was blasted a full 100 feet backward, tumbling out of the ring. In that instant, Chang Sun-ming claimed victory. Whispers rippled through the onlookers. Is it really over already? What kind of sword technique was that? It was impossibly fast. Amazing power, and such swiftness. Even the officiating monks drained of color, and the visiting prodigies from other academies stared in stunned disbelief. They stared first at Lu Qingmu, sprawled in the dust, then at Chang Sun-ming standing serenely in the ring. Hearts pounded, everyone was unnerved. With one lightning-fast sword stroke, he'd felled Lu Qingmu. Who could hope to stand against him in round 2? Who cared that he hadn't yet racked up 5 victories? That single display settled any doubt about his skill. Even the Changsun clan elders, led by the patriarch himself, who'd been eagerly anticipating Lu Qingmu's embarrassment, stood frozen in disbelief. Only when the next duel began did they recover their senses. He just caught him off guard, one muttered. A sneak attack doesn't prove anything. Exactly. Another scoffed. He's just lucky. How could she ever compare to our young master? The Changsun clan members and disciples crowded around, eager to mollify Chang Sun-ba's obvious discomfort with lavish praise. Yet his face stayed ashen, and warmth crept up his cheeks. The more he had boasted moments ago, the more absurd he now felt. Still, pride wouldn't let him back down. He nodded insistently at every compliment, as though sheer will could ensure a surprise victory over Lu Qingmu. Just then, a fresh roar erupted from the arena. Chang Sun-ming had taken the stage again, and when the draw was announced, a collective gasp rippled through the crowd. His new opponent wasn't Lu Qingmu, but the esteemed chieftain of Wanlin Academy, a prodigy whose cultivation had already reached the late Xuan King realm, far surpassing anything Lu Qingmu could muster. Late Xuan King and head of Wanlin Academy? Chang Sun-ba laughed outright, unable to hide his scorn. One by one, the other Chang Sun disciples joined in, their mocking laughter rolling across the courtyard. No one believed Chang Sun-ming stood a chance against such overwhelming power. Chang Sun-lu clenched his jaw. He told himself that no matter what Chang Sun-ming had said, she was still his daughter, and it would be unseemly for a father to mock her publicly. Yet the memory of her recent coldness hardened his heart, and he found himself watching her with icy anticipation, eager to see her humbled. Then, in the very next instant, Chang Sun-lu's eyes went wide, and so did everyone else's. The laughter and taunts of the rest of the Changsun family, even old Cha, Ngsunbaz, died on the spot. All attention snapped back to Chang Sun-ming. When Chief Wan Lin had mounted the stage and fully released his cultivation aura, it seemed Chang Sun-ming was still holding back. But now she let her guard down, and her own energy rippled outward. She was undeniably trailing the chief in power, yet the shift in her aura was impossible to ignore. A stunned hush fell over the gathering. That's half-king perfection. She trains at Luotian Academy, a tiny school that doesn't even make the 100 Academy rankings. How on earth could she have reached half-king perfection there?